How's it going, everybody? See, Brian with the 5. Appreciate it, man. Hey Gamers, found the game for Griff to play next year. Oh, High on Life 2. As, you know, a massive fan of the original, yeah. Personally, I can't wait. So exciting. Hey, buddy. He always comes over here when I start streaming now. He's upset. Good boy. Sweet dog. Do you want to chew? Is that what you're telling me? Alright, let's get you chew. Go. Good boy. Go eat your chew. Damn. Yeah, I'm sick. Yeah, my dog was up on my bed before I just started streaming, so I'm surprised he got down. Usually he'll chill up there for a while. The illegals have got me sick? Nah, unfortunately, it's probably the legals. New Delhi's finest. Any new card purchases? Nah. I haven't bought anything recently. I have one card that's coming from Australia, but it'll be a while. That's the last big thing I bought. I had to buy like Christmas gifts and shit, and then I have to do another tax payment, so that's where all my, I guess, fun money goes. Taxes. PWR bomb threat. Yeah, I'm wondering. I saw that they uploaded another like hour-long video of him schizoing out. Maybe we'll watch it if I remember. Jeez. I feel like death. I got a new frame for my Final Fantasy poster, and it's a lot larger than the previous one, so I had to shift my monitor around to fit it on the back of my desk. What poster? Let's see if I can find it. It's kind of hard to get a picture of it on my end because it's behind a monitor and it's not small. Hold on, let's see if I can find a picture of it.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Let's see if I can find it. I still need to get a frame for my Red Ring of Death poster. Let's see. But yeah, I've already shown. Most of y'all probably already seen it. But this isn't my picture, it's just one I could find. Obviously the boxes don't actually come with it, but this is what it looks like. These are the, this is the booster box from the set, and that's like the pre-release set. It's just the poster I have. But yeah, that's what it looks like. It's just on my desk behind my monitor. I don't have it hung out. Let's see. Juan with D5. Did you see Candace is losing it now? And TP USA called her out. Her husband said, no, you can't go.
Late.
What the fuck is this? How did we get here? What is this about? But no, I have no idea anything about Candick Owens. I don't know. She's just, let's just put it this way. Candace Owens is not the type of person I would ever listen to and take seriously on anything related to politics or quite literally anything of any consequence. For many different reasons. Never trust a void. Yeah. Yeah, it's because she's a black woman, so conservatives are like, oh, look how smart she is. She's one of the good ones. Like, it sounds kind of fucked up, but that's the reality, bro. People only take her seriously because she's a token. That's it. And it's just a bunch of, you know, boomer moms and shit. And grannies who want to be, like, perceived as not being racist. So they listen to a black woman. That's the only reason why she's popular. Yeah, she's another one of those divide and conquer agents of the Daily Wire. I still wouldn't be surprised if she's, you know, still on the take. And it's all part of the plan. Because originally her entire, like, entry into the online political discourse was her trying to crowdfund a right-wing doxing website to dox right-wingers on the internet. Or people she considered to be trolls. So, it was only after she wasn't able to get money for that that she decided to become a conservative. Shocking. After trying to make money doxing them and failing, she then transitioned into becoming an actual conservative herself. What a trustworthy individual, man. What can I say? Truly the leader of the right-wing movement. I wouldn't say it's all blacks that secretly hate white people, but all of them are taught from a young age to, you know, hate white people and blame them for all their, you know, woes. Now, whether that sticks or not is another thing, but in a very large portion of them it does. So... Dude, they're not gonna regret doing anything, because the fact of the matter is we're on the precipice of having a robot slave army that will just go door to door executing people if you, you know, anger the powers that be. So, hate to break it to you, but nobody's staging a revolution against a fucking fleet of drones. When a predator drone can take out 10,000 people without it even being seen from above, you don't really pose much of a threat. What happened to Ariana Grande? Most of those California bitches do coke and ketamine to stay skinny, so that'd be my guess. most affluent white women in California are heavy users of ketamine and cocaine. Dude, Wicked is literally a gay fan fiction written by a theater queer, so yeah. There's nothing normal about that movie at all. It's quite literally smut, basically. It's pretty much on the same level as smut. How can we... Wait, you get white people to band together and just say we don't need minorities? You can't at this point, bro. The thing is people will trade anything for convenience and comfort. And we've created an entire economy around people being fat, lazy slobs who get instant gratification. I mean, dude, think about it. The 500-pound land whale doesn't even have to drive to McDonald's anymore. They can get some brown guy who doesn't speak English to fucking do it for $2 an hour. So... no white person's gonna want to do that job. But at the same time, no white person's gonna want to give up that convenience. So... what are you doing? Why are you licking that paw? Leave it alone, buddy. It's getting better. Good boy. No, those were never white teen jobs, bro. No. The Uber Eats era is a modern invention. Most teenagers wouldn't be working a job that requires a brand new car, basically. Yeah, way back in the day when people used to work for like pizza delivery or something, you would get like an actual company like owned delivery car that you would take out. You wouldn't use your own car. That's changed. So now they make you buy your own car. Whereas in the past, if you worked for like Domino's or something, there was like the Domino's cars. that were always parked in the parking lot of the pizza place that, you know, the employees would cycle and then take turns doing deliveries. So now they just force people to buy their own car, you know, pay for their own wear and tear and everything else. So again, we live in basically a convenience and, you know, overconsumption economy. People are not going to want to give up the, basically the convenience of having slave labor, essentially. I mean, that's the thing most people don't realize is back in the day, even when we did have slavery, it was incredibly expensive. Like, owning and maintaining slaves was, like, not for anyone other than, like, the top 1%. So, it's cheaper now to have some random, you know, immigrant come over, pay him $5 an hour or whatever under the table, and them just slave away. So, it's basically just slave labor at its core. Yeah, it's the reason why they bring in Indians. It's for the slave labor, essentially. You know, pay a foreigner a fraction of what a actual citizen will get paid to do it. So, yeah. That's the idea. Hey, buddy. The last time I ordered Uber Eats, like a few weeks ago, I ordered some pho. I don't know, like 2 or 3 weeks ago. When I was sick, so. So just for, I just did the calculation just in case you're curious. So the basically it would cost $33,000 to buy a singular slave back in the day. but a skilled, like, field worker or, like, tradesman or something like that was upwards of 70 grand in, like, today's money. And then on top of that, you had to, like, pay to maintain them, which was, like, $5,000 to $10,000 a year in today's money. So, yeah, again, it was, like, extremely expensive. And most people back in those days didn't have any expendable income. Start your job tomorrow? Nice, man. Congratulations. Ah. Damn. Ugh. Your nose is growing bigger thinking about it? Oy vey. Have I ever had boba? I've had like some variation of it. I didn't really care for it. I'm not really a sweet drink kind of person. Minimum wage was $4.75 in California, and electronics were expensive, but rent and food was cheap. Yeah. Dude, I mean, even back in like 2019, 2020, my rent was $800. Which, that was kind of expensive for the area I was in, but yeah, you won't find that now. So, because I remember, like, I was leaving because I was obviously moving out from, you know, the college town I was in. And they were trying to charge me, I think, like $1,300 to renew my lease. It's like, yeah, fuck that. It jumped from $860 to like $1,340 something, I think. I don't remember exactly what it was. But that was if I locked in for 2 more years. Alright, what are you doing? You know better. Leave that paw alone, buddy. It doesn't smell anymore. So the infection's going away. Leave it be. Leave it be. Good boy. I know. Yeah, dude, after COVID, they tried to jack up the price of everything. All rents got super fucking expensive. What better way to force people to pay more money for rent than forcing them to stay inside of their house? Crazy. Like clockwork. Yeah, dude, it honestly pains me to see, like, old media of, like, New York. Because it's like, bro, that place doesn't even exist anymore. It's gone. You know, we'll never get to see it. Now it's just basically a third world slum. What, buddy? You already went outside. You're fine. Why are you so needy? I just did give him like a rawhide chew, so he finished it up. I think he went and jumped on my bed now. I think I just heard him leap. The 50s looked so boring. Oh yeah, I bet. It must have been so boring to be able to afford a house in your early 20s, buy a car off of a month's wage, you know, have a vacation home, buy a boat, you know, not eat poisonous food. You know, you could travel. Oh my god. Also, you could leave your front door unlocked without having to worry about, you know, crime. Or cultural enrichment. Your old apartment was 900 with a garage. Now it's what, 1100? That's not too bad, honestly. What, that's like a 30-ish% increase without the garage. So that's not the worst I've seen, but yeah, it's still pretty bad. It's like, what changes were done to the property? Was it actually renovated? Oh, of course not. There's nothing that can compare to being amongst only those of your own race. I mean, that's the reason why people used to glamorize traveling to Europe so much. You know? Be amongst the whites. Now it's like, do you want to be around Islamabad or, you know, Priya? It's like, ugh, no thanks. Or Adewale. Yeah, I wouldn't want to go to Europe, personally. That's definitely not on my bucket list of, destinations. Most of the stuff we like is just stuff remade from the 80s and 90s. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I'm not really a big fan of the 80s. Yeah, honestly, technology has ruined life in a lot of ways. We live very unnatural lives now. And you basically have no choice but to, you know, adapt or die. So you should put your face on the internet to find any date? You mean a dating app? I mean, that's your best bet, man. 70% of relationships start online now, so good luck doing it without one. Dating apps is really the only way to meet women, and outside of it, it's socially unacceptable. Yeah, pretty much, man. Unless you're Giga Chad Thundercock, then good luck. Sports ball has always been Goysla. Well, Am I going to that Lord of the Rings thing in theaters? What thing? I have no idea. Let's see. Dr. Nefarious with the 2. Yeah, we can check it out. Dude, I just have so much fatigue. That is loud. Trying to do this through OBS. There we go. No, not that type of fatigue. I'm just tired. I've got like no energy. Whatever I have right now, like if I do anything, it just like makes me like physically exhausted. It's like the feeling you get after you do like a big ass workout or something. Like even something as simple as like walking upstairs or something. It just like makes me like physically exhausted almost immediately. So, I've got like really shortness of breath and a bunch of other shit too. I don't know, bro. It's rough. All Japanese. Alright, let's see if I can operate this. And there we go. It's hard to do that through OBS because the window is so tiny. Let's see. And let's see, Cosmic Reflection with the 3. Watch a video from Vampire Robot. Let's see what it is. Jeez. Oh, yeah, this channel? Yeah, I remember this one. Yeah, that shit's black pilling. Close to the expiration date? Could be, man. Ugh, it's all so tiresome. Truly. You've been watching Raymond? Oh my god. Yeah, I can't, bro. It becomes too much after a while. He's way too extra. Let's see, give me 1 second. Let's see if this works. I may have to unplug this. Let's see. There we go. There we go. It's fine. I'm not really the biggest Metroid fan, so I don't really have an attachment to this franchise at all. But it's okay. Oh wait, this is the way I came in. Oh shit, that's gay. That's a huge AoE. fire chip. Yeah, I don't know how long I'm actually going to keep playing this game for. I don't know if I'm actually going to beat it or not in any timely manner. But we'll see. I have that other game to play tonight, but I don't know if the dude's here. No, I'm just using my Pro controller. If I feel like it, I might just make like a slot video on it. I don't know. I don't know if I'll do like a full-fledged review. Do I take creatine? No. I don't. Oh. Point of no return. Yeah, I mean, if I had face cam on too, I'd probably look miserable playing most games. There's not very many games that bring me like genuine enjoyment anymore, unfortunately. So I have to do something with the fire chip. I'm not really sure what, but... Jeez. Holy backtrack. Why can't I put a marker? Yeah, I am kind of getting bored with this game. I don't know. I've never been a big Metroid Prime guy, so... Or Metroid fan in general. What the hell? They'll probably just keep spawning. I don't know if I was supposed to do that or not. Yes, okay.
Welcome back, Sam.
This fucking freak.
Show me what you found in Flare Pool. Alright, what do you got? It looks like a circuit, and it seems like there's a chip inside. Okay, let me analyze it. Lemoyne Tech is really interesting. Oh, this is fascinating. I see. This program converts the energy that the device emits into thermal energy and highly amplifies it. If I tweak it and integrate it into your arm cannon, you should be able to use another new shot type. Ta-da! Give her a try. Now use the fire shot. You can shoot projectiles with extremely high temperature, so I bet targets will burn or melt when they're shot. If you find anything else, bring it into me. I'm dying to do more experiments.
The desert's kind of boring without the sound. Yeah, you have to pay for the amiibos for the soundtrack. Yup, you gotta pay extra for the soundtrack in the desert. Crazy. I don't really think the soundtrack would make the desert any better, but, you know, it'd be nice to have the option, I guess. Yeah, Nintendo's only Western studio locks the soundtrack behind a microtransaction.
Bruh.
Brutal. Fire blocker, so maybe I can use that.
Burn it all down with fire shot.
There we go. So I guess that's an ice block, and then that's an electric block.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Nope. Alright. There we go. Shot expansion. Oh, okay, so I can have 40 of that. I guess that's cool. Well, I guess I can't do those yet. Let's see. Tim Marco, the 7 locking music behind an amiibo is late stage capitalism shit, but apparently you can also unlock after 100%ing the game. Yeah, that's still like at that point. Why would you even need to do it? Like, you wouldn't even need the music. You'd be done with the game if you've already 100%ed it. What would be left to do? Just ride around the desert aimlessly, listening to the music you unlocked? So it kind of defeats the purpose. It's like, hooray, I can listen to music that, you know, isn't even relevant to me anymore because I'm done with the game. They already are going to ruin the AC Black Flag with the modern mechanics. They already said they're putting the modern gameplay into it. They already said they're using the modern gameplay. Yeah, it's gonna have level-based combat. Damn, why was she sprinting? Nah, just make sure you have a digital copy of Black Flag on all the storefronts before they unlist it, which is the most likely. They'll probably unlist the original and then demand, you know, $70 or whatever for the remake, which will be worse in every measurable way. Bro, they're not putting anything on Game Pass after Shadows flopped that hard. So Ubisoft has said flop after flop. They need like a high-selling game. They're not giving away anything. Uh-oh.
I can't afford this shit! I can't afford this shit!
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Let's see. Raging War with the 2. Thanks for streaming. My package arrived. Let's go. Well, congrats. Glad I made it there safe and sound. They delayed all my mail today, I'm pretty sure. I'm supposed to have like 20 or so like actual mail items come in, but I think because of the snow they didn't do deliveries today. Damn. And Tim Marco, the 279, Netflix acquiring Warner. Oh, great. More fucking dog shit. I mean, not that Warner Brothers is that great anyway, but they have some very good IPs, which now are going to turn to fucking dog shit. More Netflix fodder. Hooray. Doesn't Warner Brothers own HBO as well? So they'll ruin that now, too. So, Guess I'll be canceling my HBO subscription pretty soon. They'll definitely ruin that. Oh my god, dude. The driving is infuriating. Holy shit. Yeah, I don't know, dude. Like, I really don't feel any type of way about, you know, modern media nowadays. It's just, you know, it makes it easier to ignore it all. It really does. The only thing it's good for is filling the dead air, but even then, it's like, I'd almost rather sit in silence.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Dude, I've barely even done any progress on cracking these fucking green crystals. I do just sleep in my free time. That's pretty much all I do. So... You don't buy a company just to own them. You buy a company to change it.
I can't afford this shit!
Gen Z is godless, hopeless society. I hate to break it to you, but society wasn't made by Gen Z. I don't have electric. Nah, the scanning's definitely not from Halo. It's unique to Metroid. Metroid's always been like scan heavy. Yeah, this is some exhilarating fucking gameplay, man. You have to fill up the green energy crystal. Oh my god, bro. This thing controls like fucking shit. There's no actual reverse on the bike, too, which makes it even better. You can't even back up on it. It's such a half-baked feature.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Well, I guess it's filling up fast now. I guess the trick is to do these, whatever you call them, tombs or whatever. pool, I guess. Oh. Whole lot of walking around. Yeah. I mean, I can go to the ice area now, but do I really want to is the question. And that one is a harder one to answer. Let's see. Isaac with the 4 months. What's worse, Shadow or Skull and Bones? I don't never played Skull and Bones, so I have no idea. Probably that though. And President HMB with the 29 months. Appreciate it, man. It's a shame I switched to HBO to avoid Netflix slop. Yep. Well, now it's going to become Netflix slop. So many such cases, man. Which, I mean, to be fair, HBO, like, yeah, while their production value is still pretty high, a lot of their stuff has become slop in recent years. Shut the fuck up. God, I hate that guy. Welcome back. Shut up, bitch. And Tim Marco, the 279, Paramount is considering a hostile bid against it. Didn't they already put their bid in? I don't know how much money they actually have, but we'll see, I guess. Let's see. Raging Boar with the 5. No music, I guess. Alright, yeah, I can play it. It's fine.
Oh, fuck.
Dude, this shit's brutal. I'm sick of being sick. I would imagine HBO will continue to be a separate service, kind of like what they did with Hulu and Disney Plus. So, that'd be my guess. There'll be like a combination you can buy. Like you can get probably HBO shows in the Netflix app if you just buy the add-on, or you can access both separately, would be my guess. That's how I'd set it up if it was up to me. My thoughts on the game so far, it's pretty similar to Metroid Prime 1, other than the open world section. I mean, I will say it seems like the backtracking's not as obnoxious, but that's probably the main difference. So far, I like it better than Metroid 1 or Metroid Prime 1, but I didn't really like that game at all, so. I'm not a big Metroid guy, so. Dude, it just feels like I have like a fucking iron bar pressed against the bridge of my nose. This shit's so fucking irritating. It's like the feeling I get when I get really tired, but it's just constant. It's a sign of fatigue. I don't think either person who donated per game is here, so I don't know. Generation wanted me to play whatever fucking Bitcher 1 after this, so he didn't really specify when. So I don't know if there's a huge time crunch or not. The other guy I haven't seen, so. Yeah. Ice blocker. Oh yeah, that's. Do you guys think Synthetic Man is gonna be mad that his brother's video did better than his own? Did they both make whatever Metroid videos? I don't know why he would care. I don't know, are they like super competitive about it? Why did the lock on just disappear?
You should explore the areas you haven't fully surveyed yet. Have you checked out the snowy mountain?
God, I love smashing green rocks in an empty desert. Alright, I'm back. Sorry. I had to go check on my dog. He knocked some shit over, so... It was no big deal. He just tore up the fucking couch cushion. But... Anyway. He was digging into the sofa. Like, shoved all the cushions on the ground and, like, the remote and a bunch of other stuff, too, so... I don't know. Bruh. And of course the chat crashes. Damn, man. Let's see. So Raging Boar with the 5, here's something to get everyone in the Christmas spirit. Okay, yeah, I can put it on. Let me close out or mute that. My dog always tries to bury socks in the couch, yeah. He just likes to rub his head between the cushions and stuff and then gets all excited and then ends up like just basically throwing everything on the ground. I wish I knew how to break those. I'm guessing it's an upgrade you get later. Psychic boost rail. Okay. Okay, there we go. Uh-oh. Samus is in the cuck cage. Yeah, Samus has magic in this. Alright. Griffin wants a big white room for... Yeah, exactly. But I won't get it. There's not even anything I want for Christmas. That's the thing. Even if I had, you know, a one-time thing, it's like there's not anything I even want. So what was the point of that? Oh, okay. Never mind. You don't have the required ability to roll. Isn't that nice? So I guess I have to go this way. Boss time. Yep. Or maybe not, just enemies. Dude, what the fuck is this? Alright, you're just supposed to lose. That was retarded as fuck. No, I pretty much beat the other Metroid game. I got to the very end of Prime. I just had to do the massive backtracking bullshit before the final boss, so I just stopped. I guess you get electricity here, maybe? Or I guess you would get ice normally.
All clear. I never thought I'd meet a legendary bounty hunter.
Dude, it's Master Chief! I get it, because it is alien tech. Herder.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
That I already know I need electricity for. So those are that's what? Hold off. I guess you need to grapple. Or whatever it is. Alright, this way it is. Am I liking the game? It's okay. I don't know. It's not my favorite game I've played, but I guess it's alright. Huh? I don't get it. Any of these I can access? I don't know, man. This shit's irritating. There's something else in here. Oh, here we go. You never know what's gonna come through that door. How was my day? Long. I had to go to the dentist at 7 a.m. and then I had to work all day, so pretty long, but it was fun, I guess. Alright, well that works. Okay, there we go. I bet Griffin looks like Big Hoss from Pawn Stars. Hell yeah, man. Tattoos and all. read The Witcher, not play. I don't know why you'd want to do either. Oops. I just saw the thing, so... There we go. Wahoo!
Whatever you're doing, it's working. Keep it up.
Oh, great. The same gimmick in the, like, the immediate next room. Really? Wow. They really had to think hard about that one. Has the magic of Christmas died within you as you've grown up over the years? Not the actual meaning of Christmas, no. But the greatest ally approved version of Christmas, I guess. Yeah. Just a reminder. Did I send it to myself? I don't remember. I have it saved if I didn't. There we go. Yeah, here it is. Here you go. Here's your wonderful Christmas songs. Merry Jew-Miss. 25 Christmas songs written by Jews in order to undermine the true meaning of Christmas. So you got Winter Wonderland, White Christmas, Happy Holiday, I'll Be Home for Christmas, Let It Snow, the Christmas song, which is chestnuts roasting on an open fire, sleigh ride, Rudolph, baby it's cold, Silver Bell, Santa baby, home for the holidays, rocking around the Christmas tree, do you hear what I hear? That's probably the only religious one, so that one I guess is fine. Then it's the most wonderful time of the year, baby please come home, holly jolly Christmas, Christmas time is here, Grinch, little drummer boy. I guess that one's okay. It's borderline. But fairy tale in New York, where are you Christmas, mistletoe, underneath the tree, 'tis the damn season. But yeah, all of those are written by Jews in order to remove the actual meaning of Christmas. Yeah, Mariah Carey is literally Israeli, so yeah, you can throw her in there too. But these are like the traditional quote-unquote Christmas songs that people listen to. But yeah, pretty sad, honestly. Everything is subverted nowadays. Yeah, this is centuries pretty much in the making. Trying to fix something. Alright. There we go. Let me refresh the super chat feed. Let's see. You Generation with 3. Thanks for the heckin' pupperino, dude. Big ups. And Spooky Cerberus with the 5. On the first day of Christmas, Griffin gave to me one Nintendo Switch 2. Damn, I'm pretty generous. Shit. I'm probably not getting anything that nice. Is that why they play that damn song every year? Yeah, it's because it has nothing to do with actual Christianity. It subverts the actual meaning of the holiday by design, and also she's Israeli, or lives in Israel at the very least. So, yeah.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Alright, so I came in this way. Let's see, Hunter Lowell with the 21 months, moved out on my own a few weeks ago. I work 10 hours a day, 4 days a week. Oh, that's nice, man. In construction, life's nuts right now with all these changes. Hope you're doing well, though. Well, I appreciate it, man. Same to you. Sounds like you got your shit together, so that's good. Very nice. I wish I could work 4 days a week, 10 hours a day. That would be the ideal work week. I would definitely like that. What do I even do at work? Excel. Lots and lots of Excel.
afford this shit!
Yo, that's ugly. One down. Oh, 4? Holy shit. Dude, I thought it was 2 again, but it's fucking 4. Rogue Dio with the 2. What are actual Christmas songs? Do you have a list? If you want actual Christmas songs, just look up Christmas hymns. That's the thing. Like, just look up church hymns.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Yeah, I don't know if that guy is ever gonna show up who wanted me to do the, whatever snowboarding game, the sax game, but I don't know. We'll see. Oh, there goes the chit. Man. Let's see. Rat kicker reel with D5. My unit is making me take a cybersecurity cert because we have absolutely nothing to do right now. Well, it's not a bad thing to have on your resume, so that's good. Could be worse. But yeah, that's pretty much all cybersecurity is just certs. That's what everybody looks for, at least. Guess there's nothing else in here. He's a pretty one. How long have I been at my job? For 4 years now, pretty much. Okay. So now what? Oh. Where is this last one I need? So this is 3. I hope you're not fingering her asshole again, PK. That's not what you're supposed to do. Spooky Cerberus to the 2, appreciate it. Griffin, what are your opinions on Scrooge? Literally me, for real, but nah. I mean, that's fine. The Christmas Carol story is pretty decent, I'd say.
I can't afford this shit!
There we go. All right. let's get a save. Shit. I really don't want to have to redo all that. Oh. Dude, my head is killing me. This shit sucks. I am sick of being sick. Let's be real, no one in this chat has ever touched a woman. Well, it's a good thing I'm not in the chat, am I right? Hell yeah. Wow, thanks, dude. Oh shit, it changed direct. Fuck. I'm not listening to it, so I don't know what's playing. Am I missing something? Okay, there we go. I guess the fire and the charge shot. Dude, this is cheeks. Huh. There we go. Those are obnoxious. You barely even get enough time to react to them because you can't see them half the time. What the fuck? Did I miss a power-up or something? Yep. Let's see, Vendetta with the 2 months. Bro, I spent $320 for COD collection on Steam. Why? I wouldn't spend that much on COD. Damn. Dude, it's just like in Star Wars when you blow up the Death Star. There we go. Hooray. Now all the pods are gonna de-thaw.
I can't afford this shit!
Nice. I've been down with the 2. I got all the classics and DLC besides Infinite Warfare. Yeah, but I mean, you're probably overpaid for all that stuff because you can't even play the multiplayers anymore anyways. I don't know, man. I don't know if I'll do spending $320 on old CODs, but hey, if you're happy, that's all that matters. It is really a shame with what's happened with COD. Makes me sad. Heckin' lore, dude. How am I a scammer today? It's a good thing I can turn into a ball.
I'm not sure what's happening. This whole facility just went into lockdown.
That's what's happening. Why would it be video time? I ain't scamming nobody. The one guy who paid me to play the snowboarding game, I haven't seen in the chat. And then U-Generation wanted me to play Bitcher 1 after I beat this, so. I ain't scamming nobodies. No magnet roll yet. Why is that necessary? That type of shit's just annoying. Okay. They're in the walls. And I'm in your mom's. It's probably never gonna go on sale. Maybe next year. Or maybe you can get it from a pre-owned sale on Gamefly or some shit like that. I don't fucking know. Yeah, this probably won't be on sale for a few years. Did he just say Samoth? guess you can't go that way. You're supposed to be able to. Ooh. I guess I can't do anything with that. Maybe I do have to go that way. Uh-oh. Oops. Where are the trees? no save station. I don't need it anymore. Alright, boss time. Why am I just watching an elevator ride? What the fuck? Oh, is there gonna be like a whole ass fucking section down here? Oh, man. I feel like absolute fucking death right now. That shit sucks.
Tried to open that gate, but it won't respond. See anything?
Alright, here we go. Boss time. Drinking French breast milk? Hell yeah, dude. No, this isn't the final boss. I don't even know where I'm supposed to hit it. I guess on the stomach? Okay, so that's, you just have to wait for the opening. That's kind of good. annoying that you can't, like, do anything. You just literally have to fucking sit here and wait. One more phase. It's just basically a waiting game. I don't know, this is a pretty boring boss. Well, that was fucking lame. Alright, so now I get the magnet ball. Nope. Never mind. Just ball boost. It's pretty worthless. Dude, the camera and the ball is killing me. Have you seen? Wait, you see New World isn't getting any more updates? That's a shame. It was a pretty decent game, honestly. I just don't have time for MMOs. But yeah, it was a pretty cool game. I did play quite a bit of it back when it came out. I hated these. Dude, this part sucks. I hated that shit in the first game. This game so far is better than the first one.
Looks like you got what you came for. A message came to the station radio while you were gone. Somebody needs Specialist Mackenzie. He sent over coordinates for base camp, so we'll be on our mission. Now, I've been on a lot of missions. There's always protecting me. May SOAR light your path.
Whoa, dude. Got the lightsaber in Destiny 2. Is the DLC good or not? As a general rule of thumb, I've just stopped buying Destiny 2 DLCs. Rocket capacity. Woohoo! It's fine so far. You can solo everything. Yeah, I think it's 15 hours. I'm not sure. Which, I mean, for a first-person shooter, that's plenty length, I would say. You don't really want it to be much longer than that. First-person shooters are better when they're short and sweet. Ooh, do I get the ice power now? Yes. So now I can go back to the volcano. Because I can freeze the lava. Alright. Well, this area wasn't that bad. Not a bad area. Man. Alright, I guess this is Alright, so I need to go down this way, so to the right.
Congratulations, you have another teleporter key. 2 keys left. And it looks like you found more technology in Ice Mountain. I might be able to help you. Can you bring it back to base camp?
No.
I saw the data you acquired. The capability for couriers used to be a local market.
Why do I sound like ass? Because I'm sick, so. That's why. Alright, I get it. Holy fuck, dude. I fucking get it. I'm supposed to go over here. Yeah, 2 more areas. So the volcano, and then I think 1 after that. But then I also have to go do the like the little fucking Zelda shrines as well to finish up the green crystal, which is like another, you know, kind of slop activity. Oops. Wrong way.
Welcome back, Samus. Come on, show me what you found in Ice Belt. Let's take a look. Okay. Dude. Hello, friend. Okay. Analysis first.
Yep, the Redditor dude.
Oh, this is fascinating. It looks like this program inverts the energy emitted from the device. That means if I reprogram this and set it into your arm cannon, you should be able to use a new shot type.
You've already explained this before, you fucking retard. Like the exact same voice lines, too.
Ice shot. It temporarily freezes the target when hit. You can freeze living organisms to stop their movement.
And then have your way with them.
Objects like magma to freeze it for a short period of time by lowering its surface temperature. If you find anything else, bring it into me. I'm sure I can turn it into something useful.
Yeah, we need Zero Suit Samus mod ASAP. Happy Christmas? Not yet, bro. We got what? 19 days? Ugh. Although I probably won't be online for Christmas, so...
Freeze them all up with ice shot.
Alright.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Okay, that was easy. So now I just need lightning, which I'm guessing I'm gonna get in the lava one. So yeah, I have 3 of the 5, and then I'm not even close on the green energy crystals. Let's see. Shit. So, Sauce Me Dragon with the 5. I'm playing through the first Modern Warfare on 360 right now, and I'm shocked at how well it's holding up 18 years later. Yeah, gaming truly did peak during that era, man. Gaming truly did peak. I mean, mechanically speaking, gaming has not really evolved at all since the 360 generation. It's pretty much just the same rehash. Collect faster? The way to collect is the shrines, but all the shrines are locked behind whatever it's called, like the ability progression, which, you know, they're pretty stingy with. I don't think I can do any of the ones I haven't done already, but I can check. I don't remember, to be completely honest. Does it tell you if you've cleared it or not? I don't think it does. No, it doesn't. Of course. Of course. God. Source of spring. Maybe that one I can do, because I have ice now. Try it out. So more spawn the longer you play. I guess to prevent you from just, you know, grinding them all up front, God forbid. Try that. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, I have a mini map. Fuck. Oops. Let's try this one. I don't remember if I did this one or not. I think I did. Check. I think this might be the only one I've done. I wish they would show like a cleared icon if you had beaten it, but no such luck. Yes, I did do this one. Okay. So this is the Ladder of Thought. I've done that. Oh, I guess it doesn't show up on your mini-map. What the fuck is the point of a marker then? That is retarded. Yeah, it's the fastest way to fill up the crystal is by doing those shrines. So, that's what I've found at least. So Ring of Thunder, I definitely can't do. So I don't have the electric. There's so many of these damn crystals. And they barely even fill you up, but you have to do it. Definitely not Game of the Year vibes. Donkey Kong's a better game. Okay, so just the two. Yeah, I mean, this game is fine. Like, I don't have any, like, inherent issues with it. It's okay for what it is. But I don't think it's anything amazing. Ice blocker. Could go here, I guess. Oops.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Okay. Viola boost tank. Oh. Huh, what else should I do? I don't have very many of the shrines discovered. Well, that works. Definitely smash into it. Huh. Nope. How are you supposed to break that? What is this thing called? Transfer pod. Golem power cell. Whoa. Maybe you have to come back with a different thing. Let's see. Oh, you have to do it later. Okay. It's for later in the game. Of course. Let's have one of the very few open world like activities be progress restricted completely. No. I don't. So far the backtracking hasn't been very bad at all. was hoping there would be like a shrine or something over here. Been over there. Let's see, White Boy Daniel with the 5. Do you get excited for games like this anymore? No, I don't. I was not excited for this game at all. I feel like the atmosphere and gameplay is generic at the same time. No, it's not easy to innovate. Yeah, I'm not really the biggest Metroid Prime fan personally anyway, but yeah, no, there was nothing really that blew me away about this game when they showed it off. But that's for the most part with gaming now. I temper my expectations so much that it's like I go in with zero expectations of almost anything. There's like nothing in this open world, bro. There is nothing. This game's like being in college? The fuck? I don't know if I would compare this to college, but alright. Why? Because it's a desolate wasteland where everybody else is having fun and you're not? God. Dude, there's like no shrines anywhere. What the fuck? I'm guessing I have to keep advancing for them to appear, but that's like beyond retarded. You can't even mark them on your map. I think that's one I've already gotten to.
You're broke!
Oh no.
You're fucking poor!
There we go. But I think it's a lightning one. Yep, thunder blocker. Fuck me, man. I finally found one and it's another lightning one. Dude, the pop-in on the green crystals is crazy. They're not even that far away, nor are they even that detailed. There's like literally nothing in this open world to explore. It's just dead. Fucking dead. Oh, it was the chat. Dead like the chat. Fucking crashed. Whoa!
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
What's this?
Viola, tansahaden albush, kallastek tetariniskrent, chandrazim, kurutin bagnaishut, elaichus krashantet azar. Viola arutsen thanda, karshusik. Kasarech abelen, shukich ansutin. Nanaten tashent, kasarech.
Wow, he's out, dude.
Abelen eldesitan, Shalif Atsarin Sathar, Tashantir, Gamma Daranit. Shandara, Netzelam Tasante, Kasarech Dastil. Kinala silang virus. Osama te.
Let's see. Buff Garfield with the 2. Did you play Prime 1 rematch? Yeah, I didn't really care for it that much. This has a lot less backtracking, but at the same time, it's got a lot of, I would say filler shit. Of course, electrifying the lock. Everything is locked behind that stupid electric. I don't know why it wanted me to come back here.
With your new abilities, are there any devices in there you can activate now? You may need to explore the other towers.
Oh. Head to Tower 3. Oh, okay. Let's see. Captain Hook Games with the 2 took the exam for CBP. Results coming next week. Nice, man. Well, good luck to you. Hope it went well. Buff Garfield with the 2. Forza Horizon Space Cycle with it. I know. Forza Horizon, though, I feel like is more content dense. So Tower 3, so behind me. So. And let's see, Ryan Miller with the 5-yo Griffin. Being a while, President Trump just won the FIFA Peace Prize. I've seen a lot of cope from the media and the left calling it BS. Yeah, I saw that too. I mean, I don't really know anything about the FIFA Peace Prize, but yeah. I'm sure it'll piss off all the right people. Oops, wrong one. It'll piss off all the right people. Wonder what's down there. Oh, it's just the power core. I think I activated that. Maybe I have to keep moving. I don't know. I feel like this is here for a reason. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, this thing sucked, bro. What the hell? What? Fuck that. Oh, you could use the I guess that would make sense because you could target all of them at once. Oh well. I managed. I really wish I could break these rocks. I'm guessing it's later on. What is that? Ugh. Boo! I don't fucking want that. Give me something better. So now I have to go back here to Flare Pool. Straight ahead. Oh, I haven't discovered this one yet. And it's, of course, it's electric. Are you fucking kidding? Why is every single one of them lightning? Every single one of them is lightning. Dude, holy shit, this bike sucks. Shit. Yeah, this bike needs way better handling if they want to make this one. Oops, dude, fuck. Oh, that's good.
Virus Tanichan, Acentat Sukesh, Labor Iskalam, Kitamin, Shafalex, Bashar Karukaru, Sistema, Fasamen, Okajak Jateliji, Sazak Shakan, Kisaichan, Kitaliti,
Yep, lore, dude.
Kazantin Hazah, Sistema, Fasalan, Gabanab, Vasnich Shenaf, Din Cascalanti, Shisaranaka, Avatar Chitrath. Din Shalet Tikanta, Planet Namor, Nasta Salam, Takanich, Shazar Ragath, Iskala, Nishata Sek Salam, Analich, Kantil Kaban, Gusane, Sio, Shanta Salam Namor, Sio Sosan, Taraji, Sisatan.
Yeah, it does kind of look like Gudra. We I guess you do have to freeze it. Dude, it's just like Minecraft. Gloop. Thoughts on the game? It's alright. I don't know. Like, again, it's not bad. I don't know. It's just, it's a little slow. Which, I mean, I guess people who like Metroid like the games to not be super fucking fast paced, but I don't know. It's a little slow for my liking. Oh, one person's playing it. Damon X Machina. Yeah, I've heard that's good. Kirby Air Riders, Mario Kart, and Metroid. The peach pick is fine. Yeah, I need to change it. It's past Halloween. Let's see if there's any rewards I can get. Oh, look at that. Happy holidays, dude. Oh, I kind of like that, the gold. Let's see what else. That's actually kind of cool. I like that one. Definitely will not be getting that one. King DDD. I should get that. Whoa, dude. No way. Zero Suit Samus. No, it's not gamer score. It's just for playing games and such. They give you points that you can redeem for like profile rewards. I used to never redeem my Nintendo rewards stuff, so I probably missed out on a bunch of cool shit. Oh well.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
It is what it is, man. Let's see. Omega Lord J with D10. Hey Griffin, your opinion, where should I keep buying third-party games? Majority of my third-party games on PS5. Not sure if I should keep my Steam Deck / box for indie slop and my Switch 2 for exclusives. So are you saying that you're gonna you have a PS5 and you're going to get the Steam Deck and box for indies, and then the Switch 2 for exclusive? Yeah, I would keep buying a PS5 if those are your platforms, personally. Like, if you're talking about, like, buying new AAA, like, third-party games, I would say, of those three, the PS5 would probably be the best, because the Steam box or machine or whatever is going to be less powerful than a PS5, not to mention it's going to have all the, niceties of modern PC ports with none of the power to brute force through them. And then Switch 2, I mean, obviously not really ideal for third-party games. But, yeah, I think if of the three, I would keep buying the majority of my, like, third-party stuff on PS5. It's the most capable of the three machines. Plus, you know, who knows how much the Steam box is actually going to be given this new, you know, RAM situation that's spiking up. Who knows? If Valve didn't pre-buy. The RAM thing is set. Yeah, I saw. Didn't one of the companies just shut down? Crucial or whatever. So now there's even less manufacturers of RAM. Let's see. Let me swap my input. Oh, damn it. We have a fucking shit. We have a crappy ass recommendation to get through. Fuck. We'll see if we watch all of this. 30 minutes. Debatable. Debatable. I don't really want to listen to a fucking Foyd talk, to be completely honest. Let's see. Oh boy, women.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here to inform you that the rumors are indeed true. The Democrats have struck back. In the New Jersey governor's race, the Democrat won. In the Virginia governor's race, the Democrat won. And in the New York City race, Democratic Socialist Zoran Mamdani defeated Andrew Cuomo to become the next mayor of America's largest city. But the question on everyone's mind is, was it just a fluke? Just easy wins in blue cities and states? Or is
God, it's all so tiresome.
there something more to this? Is this a sign of things to come? Is the Democratic Party finally turning their losing streak around? Are they actually listening to the people now? Did they finally learn their lesson? No. Thanks for watching. My last 3 videos about electoral politics were warning the Democratic Party that young men were moving right because the party f***ing sucks and was becoming the young men each and die movement, spanking the Democratic Party for losing because they elected one of the most unlikable shittiest candidates while offering absolutely nothing to voters, and defending the voters from the wrath of a bunch of liberal streamer man-children calling the voters stupid and evil for daring not to vote for Hillary Clinton and brownface. But the thesis for all 3 of those videos was basically the same. As the right embraces working-class populism, the Democratic Party and the left will continue to fade into irrelevancy. But as I also predicted in those last videos, there might be an eventual pendulum swing, and it might be happening much sooner than I predicted. Like, how did we go from Republicans winning the popular vote, in part thanks to a lot of the young people voting, to a bunch of data showing those same young people dropping their support for the GOP already? But the interesting thing is, those young people don't seem to be moving to the Democratic Party either. Where are they going? And do the Democrats have a plan to scoop these people up? Yes, they do, and they called it, I'm not kidding, deciding to win. Deciding to win, as if the whole time they have just been simply deciding to lose. It was a choice, guys. They changed their mind and they want to win now. In this video, I will talk about why I think Zoran Mamdani won. We will go through the Democrat Party's plan to decide to win. We will briefly talk about the rise of the political commentator Nick Fuentes, the MAGA civil war, and what I like to call the
I know, dude. I can't fucking stand this type of, like, e-girl look. It's just so fucking cringe. Bruh, this was, like, the popular style back in, like, the late to, like, early what? Yeah, probably, like, early 2000s, probably, like, early 2010s, and it's fucking hideous.
The inevitable rise of SHOE-ism. If that sounds interesting, stick around. If it doesn't, you can leave. It's not like I'll miss you or anything. But Baka. I know a lot of you are not very interested in politics. You come here for the fun Reddit slop, the men versus women content. Yeah, I know. But unfortunately, politics kind of seeps into your lives whether you want it to or not. So you might as well be entertained when you hear about it and have some fun with it when you can. And I just so happen to have the perfect app for that. So before we get into this political deep dive, let's quickly give a shout out to today's sponsor, one of my favorite sponsors to work with, Ground News. True, but let's be honest, that's not why you come here. You go to Kyle Klinsky for that. Just like you go to Destiny to see opinions you can hear on CNN, or to Hassan for dog training tips. You come here to hear, golly gee willikers, I'm left wing and the Democrats have gone crazy. That's the shit you're here for. But are the Democrats actually getting...
Let's see. Sauce made dragon with the 2. Shit on head. My favorite. Very good, sir. My favorite too.
Getting their shit together? Or
But yeah, I don't know. Women.
they simply get lucky in a few blue areas. One of those blue areas being my city, New York, where Democratic Socialist candidate Zoran Mandani won the election and will become the new mayor. And a lot of people are like really confused
Who cares?
about how this happened. And if you're one of those people, you really need to
Why would anyone be confused about it? The dude who promised to give a bunch of shit-eating libs and third world immigrants, you know, free shit, won the election. Shocking.
keep watching. If you don't understand why Mamdani won, I'm sorry to say, but you're kind of like the liberals in 2016 who didn't understand why Trump won. It's actually extremely understandable why Zoran Mamdani won, and it's not just because New York is full of commies or whatever. He's objectively the best Democratic candidate that they've had in a very, very long time. Like, I know the bar is in hell there, but he's young, he's energetic, he's charismatic, and people are really tired of the White House doubling as a retirement home. And of course, I like many of his economic policies. I like the universal childcare thing, the transportation, flipping off the Christopher Columbus statue. That's the shit I don't like. Bitch, that's our fucking guy. He was a brave Italian explorer who discovered America, and in this house, Christopher Columbus is a hero. End of story. I've said this many times, but I don't think the good left-wing policies can even exist alongside the bad left-wing policies. Like, I don't know how you can have free transportation, but also be soft on crime. Like, I don't know, like, in what world does that work out? You can't have nice, clean, free transportation if a bunch of drug addicts and violent felons are going around stabbing people and setting them on fire. You can't have nice things if you don't have rules to enforce those nice things. You know what I mean? It's always such a breath of fucking fresh air when I go back to visit my family in the suburbs of Long Island and I go to the CVS and the fucking toothpaste is free from their plexiglass prisons. I shouldn't have to wait 10 minutes for some poor wagey to come unlock the cagey so I can buy fucking shampoo. We don't have to live that way. Maybe he'll do great, or maybe he gets into power and
Unfortunately, we do, because... yeah.
immediately cucks to the establishment like some other people. I don't like to talk about it. I just don't know how the hell anyone thought Andrew Cuomo was going to win. He killed a bunch of grandmas during COVID.
As you admitted this week, you personally altered the state health department report to undercount the death total, to hide the death total, and then evaded and lied to these families for 5 years. So
you killed a shit ton of people. For what? Plus, he doesn't even live in New York City. He doesn't live in the city he's running to be mayor of. Cuomo just kind of expected to win based on name recognition alone and being like, hey, at least I'm not the other guy. Sound familiar? Trump actually offered a vision. Make America great again. Mamdani offered a vision. A New York City you can afford. So people took a chance on him. People wanted something different. Andrew Cuomo, he had no vision or anything. Oh man, I love tuning into a debate about New York City and 80% of it is about another fucking country.
The first foreign visit by a mayor of New York is always considered significant. Where would you go first?
First visit, I would visit the Holy Land.
I would go to Israel.
I'd make my 4th trip to Israel.
Mr. Mamdani.
Oy vey.
I would stay in New York City. My plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
Mr. Mamdani, can I just jump in? Would you visit Israel?
That was the exact moment I knew Zoran was going to win. Bro was just surrounded by NPCs. I love how they're like, where would you go? And Zoran was like, I'm gonna stay here. And instead of being like, no, Zoran, the question was, where would you go? They're like, why wouldn't you go to Israel? Like, that's the answer to the question. Like, that's just the default answer to that question. His win was very much in part a direct response to the affordability crisis that many Americans are facing. So,
hold on. Just so it wakes me up a little bit. There we go.
So what is the GOP's answer to the affordability crisis? Oh, great news, guys. There is no affordability crisis. It doesn't exist. It's all in your head, silly. Need to save money? Simply don't buy your grandmother a Christmas present this year.
Budget, budget, budget. You need a plan. Also remember, adults don't need gifts, okay? Focus on the people in your life who are age 3 to 18. Grandma doesn't need slippers. If they don't live by you, don't get them a gift. Now's not the time to spend and break the bank.
Zoran's win was also basically a direct response to the housing crisis in America. So what is the GOP's response to the pie in the sky, commie gobbledygook that Zoran Mamdani is selling? Surely they have a better solution.
Here we go. The White House is floating this idea. Bill Pulte is saying, thanks to President Trump, we can indeed work on the 50-year mortgage, a complete game changer. How does that work in dollars? Here you go. 30-year fixed mortgage right now. You're paying $2,038 a month principal and interest on a $400,000 home. At the bottom, under 50 years, you save a couple $100 a month, $1,822 principal and interest. That is proposed. Do you like this idea?
I do not like this idea.
Not lowering prices, not building more housing. No, just being a good little slave to the bank for 50 years. You might as well be a rentoid forever in this case. Like, at least you don't have to fix your own dishwasher. You own nothing and be happy. Doesn't that sound great, Gen Z? Vote for us. We'll release the Epstein files and finally drain the swamp. Awesome. Finally, justice. Here comes the Epstein files phase 1. We got all your favorite E-celebs here.
Oh my god. Dude, I hate this type of skit. You're really testing my patience with the Foyd. Oh my god. Ugh, I hate this type of content. It's like so 2010 YouTube of people talking to themselves, wearing cheap costumes. Ugh.
Don't you think that's a little tacky? I mean, like, this is an international child trap. The Epstein files are on my desk. Oh, that's great. That's great. That's what we've been waiting for. Well? Oh, they don't exist. Wait, what? Yeah, the Epstein files don't exist. They're a Democrat hoax. But you just said, hey, what the fuck? That's my wallet. Sorry, Israel needs new weapons. Bye. Psst. What do you want, Democrat? Vote for us. Why? What do you have to offer? Hey, that's my wallet again. What are you people doing? Sorry. Israel needs new weapons. Bye. The Epstein files are a really big deal. This is not a partisan issue. You should absolutely care about an international child trafficking and blackmail operation consisting of the most powerful people in the world. And anyone telling you to move on is coping, gaslighting, or in on it. If whatever is in there is so damning that it is a national security risk, the people deserve to know. Like, I don't know about you, but if we are paying taxes to a bunch of satanic pedophiles, I would like to know. That is information I would like to know. Like, I already know we're doing that, but I would like some confirmation. Okay.
Yeah, if you locked in your mortgage right before 2022, you lucked out. You lucked out big time if you locked in your mortgage before 2022. You know, those 2 to 3% interest rates are probably never coming back.
So literally, as I am filming this, Trump is saying he is releasing the Epstein files. So I guess they weren't a hoax. I'm gonna be so honest. I have no idea what the f is going on, you guys. I'm sure when this video gets posted, there's already gonna be more things that have happened. Also, Mike Johnson apparently said they need to make changes to the files to make sure we, quote, don't do permanent damage to the...
You can absolutely get a variable rate interest on your mortgage, but you don't really want to do that because if they go up, then you get fucked. If they go down, you refinance and it's not a problem. So variable mortgage rates are not good. Spooky servers with the 2. We are so fucked after Trump. I agree. I don't know how the Republicans are ever going to win.
Political system. If releasing the Epstein files would do damage to the political system, then so be it. Then it deserves to be damaged. It deserves to be destroyed. Just release the files. After all, if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear. Isn't that right, government? But it wasn't just the Epstein files thing that has MAGA feeling a little demoralized lately.
Does that mean the H-1B visa thing will not be a big priority for your administration? Because if you want to raise wages for American workers, you can't flood the country with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of foreign workers.
You also do have to bring in talent. When
we have plenty of talented people here.
No, you don't.
We don't have talented people here?
No, you don't have certain talents, and people have to learn.
We've talked about this a few times on this channel, actually very recently in the male loser epidemic video. The no talented Americans thing is a myth pushed on us by corpos and billionaires, so they can hire foreign workers who will work for less money and won't unionize. Worker drones who will work under the coercion of deportation, essentially creating infinite scab labor. Even though there are so many Americans in these fields looking for jobs. But those spoiled Americans will ask for a living wage so they can live in a 600-foot square apartment. How dare they? We can't do that. So import 1 billion immigrants. After all, it's good for business.
Folks are not thrilled about this idea of hundreds of thousands of foreign students in the United States.
If we were to cut that in half, which perhaps makes some people happy, you would have half the colleges in the United States go out of business. And it's not that I want them, but I view it as a business.
Unfortunately, America does feel like nothing but 3 corporations in a trench coat. But America is not a business. America is not a corporation. It is a nation. The contrast of what Trump is saying.
Yes and no. It is a business in that you have to bring in money. The whole Chinese student thing is kind of overhyped because all it is just keeping the same number that has always been there. So it's not even an increase, it's just renewing the existing deal with China, which also gives us 300,000, wealthy Chinese students as hostages, which is another viewpoint to look at it too.
Here, compared to how he used to talk, is staggering. Republicans embracing populism, at least rhetorically, is what gave rise to Donald Trump and fundamentally changed the way Republicans do politics in America. If you go back and watch the debates of—
Funny thing is, there's give and take on the H-1B thing. Well, yeah, I mean, Trump already put in the $100,000 application fee, and I think on top of that, they're trying to pass through Congress right now a $150,000 salary floor. So, if that gets passed, it'll essentially cost $250,000 to bring in someone, which would effectively kill all the H-1B fraud. So, I mean, just the $100,000 application fee, I think, is probably already doing that in and of itself. But if they do manage to raise the salary floor to $150,000 a year, it pretty much would eliminate all the fraud overnight. But we'll see if Congress can actually fucking do anything.
Donald Trump in 2016. It's crazy.
We should have never been in Iraq. We have destabilized the Middle East. They lied. They said there were weapons of mass destruction. There were none, and they knew there were none. There were no weapons of mass destruction.
I remember being like, damn, that's not how politicians in general really talked at the time. Like, we would see it from Bernie Sanders and maybe like Ron Paul, but to get up on stage in a Republican debate in front of Republican donors saying that kind of shit was unheard of. Bro was getting booed. Trump won in 2016 by decrying the bloodlust and warmongering of the Republican Party, but also by speaking to the economic woes of the average working class American. Basically saying, I see you, to people who felt like they haven't been seen by either party in a very long time. Like, I saw people in my life, my neighbors and stuff, that were all like Obama voters, like just flipped to Trump, and now like all of Long Island. Long Island is like the Florida of the Northeast, bro. It is like Trump country there now. Before Trump— oh, my nuggies are here. My nuggies are here. One second. I must go get my nuggies. It's nuggie time.
Oh my god, dude, I cannot fucking stand these fucking Soylenials acting like fucking children. It's just so gay. It's so fucking gay.
24-year-old woman, by the way. Mother, by the way. Before Trump, the Democrats basically relied on talking about how the Republicans...
You're so quirky and cool. Ugh. Disgusting. Red Kicker Real with the 2. The Republic is dead. It's been dead for 100 years. Yeah, pretty much. Once we gave away our right to print money.
Party didn't care about the working class. But eventually, the problem for Democrats was the working class didn't care about them. But now it seems like the Republican Party is going back on all that and becoming the Bush-era neoconservative party again, right as they're winning, embracing freaks like Lindsey Graham.
So I just want to say, I feel good about the Republican Party. I feel good about where we're going as a nation. We're killing all the right people and we're cutting your taxes. Trump is my favorite president. We've run out of bombs. We didn't run out of bombs in World War II.
Republicans, is that what you want your party to be? Lowering taxes and killing people? We tried that already. To many Republicans...
Well, what people are we gonna kill?
The solution to the affordability crisis...
I don't necessarily have an objection to lowering taxes and killing people, but we got to make sure we're killing the right people.
Wreaking havoc on Americans is...
But yeah, I can work with that.
Simply trusting the free market, working hard, and if that doesn't work, they bust out all reliable.
If you're a young person and you can't afford to live here, then maybe you should not live here. I mean, that is a real thing. I know that we've now grown up in a society that says that you deserve to live where you grew up, but the reality is that the history of America is almost literally the opposite of that.
Ah yes, the classic. Just move. Just
His hat gets bigger every single time.
move from Economic Zone 67 to Economic Zone 69. I don't know, man. Maybe some people actually like where they live. Maybe they want to make their community better. This is like the libertarian version of just deal with...
That's because Ben is a...
Jew. When you talk to leftists about crime. Like, no, we shouldn't just deal with it. We shouldn't...
That's how people like Ben view the world, is economic zones. Of course, other than, you know, blessed Israel.
Just move. Maybe we can make the cities in our country livable and safe. Maybe better things are possible, actually. My husband and I moved away from our families because of his job, and it f***ing sucks. It sucks raising kids without an extended family around. Say hi to grandma on FaceTime. Not normal. Not natural. When I was growing up, it was like aunts and uncles and cousins and grandparents were just coming in and out of my house, like bringing over food, like, hey, I got some mancati. I would be babysat by my cousins and my aunts. And because we moved away, my kid won't have that. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's one reason many young people are putting off having children. The complete lack of community.
What do you mean she moved? What the... Your work is talking into a camera. The fuck?
Lack of a village. If you can't afford to live where your family lives, just move to fucking Gary, Indiana, where there's nobody around and no jobs and no family, no friends. But hey, at least you can afford a house there. That's not how life should work, Ben. Maybe take a step back and try to understand. Am I doing bird hands too much? You guys have made me so insecure about the fucking bird hands thing ever since this meme. Listen, I'm a woman, okay? We are programmed to scold children. And when no children are around, we scold people on the internet, okay? Anyway, Nick Fuentes is a far-right commentator and a controversial figure to say the least. But his main topic he covers is Israel, which is an extremely hot topic that many other right-wing commentators seem to not want to touch. And the rare times they do touch it, it's them telling you not to talk about it, questioning why you care so much, or shape-shifting into the woke mob they fought against for so many years, calling you names, calling for you to be censored. What's funny is they didn't care about any of Nick Fuentes' rants on, like, race or women. They only started caring when his rants on Israel were blowing up. Nick recently did an interview with Tucker Carlson, which completely ignited the MAGA civil war that was brewing on the right for some time now. It got so ridiculous that even Chuck Schumer went on the Senate floor and called for a disavowal of Nick Fuentes. Sir, with all
Oops.
respect, none. Why do politicians need a resolution in the Senate to disagree with a citizen? Hello, I have gathered you all here today to disavow Hitler Bussy 420. People can't afford groceries, Charles. Ben Shapiro in particular has spent the last few months extremely confused and angry about Zoran Mamdani and Nick Fuentes becoming popular in the mainstream, all while his numbers continue to drop. I honestly don't think he understands what is happening here, so I am going to explain to you, Ben, what exactly is going on here. The American dream does not exist anymore for most people. Young people followed advice that worked for older generations, and it got them nowhere. Young people are tired of this stale, moldy, old, dead consensus that has dominated American politics for a very long time, the one that dragged us into all these foreign wars and sold us out for some cheap plastic shit from China. Young people are tired of being told to sit down and shut up and pledge allegiance to the free market in a country that's...
She moved because of his job? She has how many million subs? 2.4 million, gets 1 million views a video? Yeah, boo fucking who. Nope. That's Cope. He doesn't need to work.
Seems to not give a shit about them, as well as a foreign country they have absolutely no connection to. For so long, establishment hacks and establishment shills looked at the issues bothering the people and just kind of dismissed them. Can't afford to live where you grew up? Just move. Don't like that the toothpaste is locked behind plexiglass? Just deal with it. Think it's kind of f***ed up how you work 40 hours a week and still can't afford to pay rent? What are you, some kind of communist? You don't like funding a genocide with your tax dollars? What are you, anti-Semitic? If you don't address the issues of the people will gravitate towards those who are addressing those issues. It's not Mamdani's fault he won. It's yours. Not Nick Fuentes' fault he's popular. It's yours. The tragedy of Ben Shapiro is that he led a life worshipping the free market, only to lose in the free marketplace of ideas. Now, with all this neocon rhetoric coming out of the GOP, are the Democrats going to pick up the populist ball that they are fumbling? Are they actually going to get their shit together? Well, they are
No.
crying because they have written an article called Deciding to Win, where after interviewing over 300,000 American voters from both parties, they may have finally discovered the secret to winning.
To give ourselves the best chance to win, we recommend the following changes to our approach.
They'll win regardless because they'll just keep importing, you know, unlimited immigrants.
Democrats need to, one, focus our messaging on an economic program centered on lowering costs, growing the economy, creating jobs, and expanding the social safety net. Two, advocate for popular economic policies. Moderate our positions where our agenda is unpopular, including on issues like immigration, public safety, energy production, and some identity and cultural issues.
So basically it took you guys 10 years, millions of dollars, and dozens of Microsoft team meetings to come to the conclusion that everyone has been saying forever. You wasted a decade worshipping at the altar of mentally ill Karens, and now you're acting like, hey, what if we were normal is a groundbreaking political discovery. F you. I could've told you all this for free. It is a bad sign that it took you over a decade to come to the same conclusion that
Democrats want slavery back? Hey, maybe I'd vote blue.
My audience has come to like a decade ago, and they're all retarded. Please reflect on this, I beg of you. Also, what do you mean you had unpopular positions on public safety? Like, why would you even say that out loud? Yeah, let's vote for the party that admits it was wrong about the issue of crackheads shanking people in the street. I love this quote from Nancy Pelosi, randomly shoved in here.
Winning an election is a decision. You make a decision to win, and then you make every decision in favor of winning.
How deep! How thought-provoking! Thank you, Nancy. What would we do without you? Probably win an election.
Democrats have changed our focus. In comparison with the Democratic Party of 2012, today's Democratic Party is more focused on issues like climate change, democracy, abortion, and identity and cultural concerns, and less focused on the economy and middle class. The table below shows the shift. Through an analysis of the prevalence of selected words in the 2024 Democratic Party platform, in comparison with the 2012 Democratic Party platform.
This whole study is really interesting.
Nah, if we had 20 million Mexicans, it wouldn't be as big of a deal. The Mexicans aren't the problem, bro. It's all the fucking Central and South Americans that just want free money. If it was actually Mexicans, it wouldn't be an issue. Mexicans, by and large, are actually pretty fucking based, at least when it comes to the men. So, the Mexican, like, I know it's like a meme to be like, them damn Mexicans, but the Mexicans are not the problem with illegal immigration. It's the Venezuelans, the Hondurans, the El Salvadorians, you know, those types. The Mexicans are not the problem. Mexico is a developed nation.
But I need you guys to see this chart, because when I first saw this, the scream I screamed. So Democrats since 2012 have increased their rhetoric on race by, sit down, 1,137%. On the gays, 1,044%. Their rhetoric on men has decreased by 51%. It is now negative 51%. On fathers, negative 100%. They just stopped talking about that shit. Veterans, negative 31. The economy, negative 51, because nobody cares about that, right? The middle class, 79%, but I guess you can't really talk about something that is disappearing. And jobs, negative 47%. It somehow gets worse. Apparently voters...
They're kidnapping people in the streets? Well, let me know when they start killing people.
Trust Republicans more on the most important issues to them, and trust Democrats the most on the least important issues to them. Like, they literally care the least about LGBT, but trust Democrats the most with it. The most popular Democratic policies among voters are things like lowering drug prices, banning stock trading, expanding Medicare, and raising the minimum wage. While the most unpopular Democratic policies are things like abolishing the police, providing free healthcare to illegal immigrants, and affirmative action. You're telling me this for the first time. Democrats, here is some advice for free. You can't just be MAGA light. Why would people drink Mr. Pibb when Dr. Pepper is right there? You know what I'm saying? You gotta bring something different, something better to the table. And that difference should be working class focused economic populism. I don't just want two neocon parties, okay? But all this is pointless when it's clear the Dems are not changing at all. They're just gonna change their messaging. They're putting pretty wrapping paper and a bow on a big fat smelly turd. There's a chance that the Democrats may win based entirely on Orange Man bad again, which means they might get into office by learning absolutely nothing again. Then the voters will go, oh my god, nothing has changed, and then they'll vote for a Republican. American politics is just a revolving door of villains, isn't it? Rest assured, whoever wins, we lose. If you're actually gonna do this shit, if you're actually gonna do what you're saying in this little article, you better be going whole hog, not just the tip. I'm talking embracing SHOE0NHEAD. For many years, I have been smeared as many things. Grifter, flip-flopper, fence-sitter, racist, sexist, homophobic, but I'm not a grifter, flip-flopper, or a fence-sitter. I'm simply living in 2055. You see, America has been a hyper-capitalist, economically center-right, socially center-left country since about the mid-century. And I know libertarians in my audience are gonna be like, it's not capitalism, it's cronyism. Okay, whatever the you wanna call it, it sucks, okay? So what if instead, and hear me out, what if instead we were a more people-focused, community-focused, working-class-focused, economically left, socially right country? All the data shows more people fall into that quadrant, the populist quadrant, the...
Yeah, well, it's never gonna fucking happen because we don't have a homogenous population anymore, so GG's.
SHOE-less quadrant, if you will, than the current system we are in today. If a SHOE-less party existed, it would be incredibly popular, but it doesn't exist. And that's probably by design, honestly. The Social Democrat Party of Denmark has passed many progressive policies that liberals in America would only dream of. Protection from rent hikes, free college and healthcare, carbon taxes, and a very strong welfare system. But the Social Democrat Party also believes in a strict immigration policy. They believe that if immigration is too fast or chaotic, it puts pressure on working class communities, weakens...
No, because socialism only works, and, you know, socialist light, whatever the fuck it is, doesn't matter. It only works with white people. There we go. We'll just come out and say it. It only works with whites. Period. You can only have a welfare state with whites. As soon as you introduce diversity into the equation, you get a bum population that sits around and leeches. It's just that simple. Look at what's happening in every European country that had a light form of socialism. The French, the British, the Germans, every single one of them. 90% of those fuckers they brought in do not even fucking work. They solely live off of government housing and welfare. They don't even fucking work. So, there you go. That's your, cultural enrichment.
Social unity and makes it harder to maintain their strong welfare
The only time they lift a finger is when they're raping a native child.
system. Wow, what a f***ing grifter Denmark is. I feel like so many people nowadays are like terminally left-right brain to the point where like they look at issues and instead of being like, that solution makes sense to me. I believe that. I agree with that. They instead go, that's the left-wing solution, therefore I will believe in that. And it's so stupid and hyper-partisan. It makes absolutely no sense to me. And that's why I think like a lot of left-right brain hyper-partisan people don't understand me or people like me. That's why they call me a centrist or a fence-sitter or a flip-flopper or whatever. And it's like, no, I'm not a fence-sitter. I have many strong opinions. You just don't like them. And no, I'm not a flip-flopper just because you don't understand the concept of having opinions that don't perfectly fall on the arbitrary, always changing left-right axis that is American circus politics. There's nothing incoherent about my beliefs on paper. None of them contradict one another. I don't understand. She likes free healthcare but doesn't want to chemically
China's complicated. It's more of an oligarchy than anything. I mean, they're like a capitalistic oligarchy where essentially, yeah, they have businesses, yes, they have private property, but it's complicated because they'll take it away from you unless you play ball and join the CCP. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I would say an oligarchy is the best description because in order to have, actual rights, you have to be a party member. So the oligarchs or, the CCP are the ones ruling everything. But they have a pretty much, capitalistic system for the most part for all intents and purposes. So I would say it's like a capitalistic oligarchy.
Treat children? She believes in workers' rights but wants a stricter border? I don't get it. Like, where's the contradiction? I'm basically just Bernie Sanders before he got his spine surgically removed by the DNC. In conclusion, MAGA and the Republican Party embracing populism is what made them so popular in the first place. But if the Republican Party's answer to all these issues young people are having is, F you, just move, you're not talented, maybe you'll own a home when you're 70 years old, they're doomed. Like, they had a small, brief fling with populism and ghosted it. Just pumped and dumped. Like a fat whore they're ashamed of and won't bring out on dates in public.
As I'm editing this, Trump and Mamdani had a meeting together and it was very interesting.
We were discussing when Bernie Sanders was out of the race, I picked up a lot of his votes and people had no idea. When he was put out of the race, I think quite unfairly, if you want to know the truth, many of the Bernie Sanders voters voted for me. And I felt very comfortable, frankly, in seeing that and saying that. I would feel very, very comfortable being in New York, and I think much more so after the meeting. We agree on a lot more than I would have thought.
I'm sorry, this is my new favorite problematic Yowie ship. They love each other. Maybe it's not over, folks. Maybe the power of friendship and populism will save us all.
Listen, I want my kids to grow up in a safe and affordable world where they can get jobs and they can start a family and then they can have the same for their kids. And I feel like at the end of the day, that's what most people want, left and right. They just have different ideas on how to get there. It just so happens my ideas happen to be the correct ones, and if you disagree with them, you will be sent to the re-education camp. Do you want one? Do you want a nuggie? Pledge your allegiance to socialism and you get a nuggie. So that was that little video. If you liked it, please subscribe for more. And if you want to help support the channel, donate to my...
I don't. Yeah, give me monies. Hold on. I just want to see how much money she gets. Does she not link it? Okay. Oh, wait. This one. Let's see. Pull it up over here first. 8,700 members. What's the cheapest tier? Oh, you can join for free. Okay. Well, let's just say... Oh, no, never mind. It's $1 up to... What? $1, $5, $20. Oh, Jesus, bro. Yeah, she had to move for work, dude. 8,000 paying members on Patreon. It truly is over, bro. It has never been more over. I'm telling you, bro, just be a woman, talk about nerd topics, profit. It's just that easy. Zahag, yeah. I agree. Ugh. Ugh, dude. I'm dying over here. Let's see. I kind of hate Metroid Prime. Let's see.
Hey, DreamCastGuy.
It's an honest review, thank God. If it wasn't honest, I don't know what I'd think.
Right here. Today we're talking about Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, because I have now beaten the game.
I don't think he got beyond this portion, but we'll see.
And to be honest, I kind of hate it. And I feel bad saying that because I am a very old school fan of Metroid. I've been playing them for literally...
Oh yeah, dude, he's a huge fan.
...really decades. In fact, before I even actually decided to play 4, I went back and rebeat the original version of Metroid Prime 1. I rebeat Metroid Fusion. I beat Metroid Dread for like the 5th time. So going into Prime 4 Beyond, I had high expectations of it being at least as good as the previous games. Everything about Metroid Prime 4 is frustrating, from the absolutely cringy writing, to the terrible jokes, to the weird world design at times.
Oh, now he has a problem with cringy writing? Didn't this Inwa literally hold up a fucking comic book to roast another grown man? This is an avid viewer of Marvel slop, an enjoyer of comic books, and he has the audacity to call out another game for bad fucking writing when he slops up all the other dog shit that comes out with just as bad, if not way worse, writing.
The empty fields, I have a lot of complaints, but I do want to start with the one positive of it. Let me get into this, but first, please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Now, Metroid Prime 4 is a very short game. The fact that it's been in development since 2017, they actually revealed this in 2017, pretty much 8 years of development. The game is about 8 hours long. It's between like 8 and 10 hours long to beat it. If you're trying to do a 100% completion file, it's about 12 hours. But the one thing I think definitely does work.
God! Why is it a problem that a game is not too fucking long? You know? Oh, if it's 40 hours, no matter how boring it is, it's more worthwhile. Retarded.
What this does better than anything else, this is easily the most graphically impressive Nintendo game we've ever gotten. Maybe some Nintendo games have better art style or better visuals here and there, but beat for beat, this entire game runs at 4K 60 FPS. You can also choose to play it at 1080p 120 FPS. The visuals in this game are fantastic. Like, my capture card actually only goes up to about like 2K resolution. Seeing this on an actual
2K? Bro, what capture card has 1440p as the cap? I've never heard of that before.
TV, the game looks insane. The art style of the monsters themselves, the layouts of these different dungeons we go through, the visuals are absolutely peak Metroid. But once you get past that thin veneer of cool shininess, it feels like this game just doesn't understand what it's trying to do. So let's break this into 3 separate things. Let's talk about the gameplay, let's talk about the story, and let's talk about the very empty problem of the field. So let's start with that gameplay, right? If you've never played a Metroid game, they're first-person shooters, but ever since the very, very start, what makes the Metroid Prime games feel so unique is honestly the fact that there's a nice kinetic force to it. Being Samus Aran, in this game, we're transported to this mysterious
Samus Aran
far-off planet. Now, the whole goal of it is that you're trying to find like these 5 teleporter keys. There's 5 main dungeons. You beat the 5 dungeons, you go against the last boss, you get off the planet, right? But what makes this gameplay loop feel so bad is the constant companions. So even though this is a first-person shooter with a cursed Metroidvania aesthetic, you're going from dungeon to dungeon, getting particular upgrades, an extra...
I don't think the companions are the problem at all.
Ability to grapple hook, something that could yank objects to you.
I just think the pacing's kind of slow.
Dash for your little ball thing that can actually charge stuff up. And as you get these, it's also about very fun backtracking. Going back to a previous dungeon where you saw a door you...
Very fun backtracking. There's no such thing as fun backtracking, and I will die on that fucking hill. Backtracking is lazy game development that was a fucking consequence of having extremely limited resources and storage size restrictions back in the day. Backtracking was a symptom of technological inability to do anything else. It was not done because it was the optimal way to design a game. They did it out of necessity in order to make the game longer than it would have been if there wasn't backtracking, because you could only fit so much on one cartridge or on a disc or whatever. So, again, a lot of these things that people claim they love about old school gaming, it's like, well, yeah, the developers may have not actually wanted to do that shit. They just had no other choice.
Going to unlock and then going there again and saying, oh, now I can progress, not just for optional upgrades, but sometimes just, hey, now I can actually progress the story by going to that previous area and getting like a suit upgrade that lets me go across lava. I think the actual dungeon design is good, and I do honestly like that the puzzles are perfectly balanced. The combat is perfectly balanced. I feel like throughout the course of this entire game, I think I died like 3 times, and twice were actually the puzzles, electric puzzles I couldn't solve in the Vault Tower. But what I do like is the fact that I like the fact that there were bosses where I did actually feel a little bit stumped trying to figure out what I was supposed to do. And when I was getting low health, I actually started to feel that intensity of, oh man, how am I going to survive this? I like that. The problem is that each of the 5 dungeons has very annoying NPCs in them. Oh god. So there are characters that are stuck on this planet.
I didn't think this NPC was that annoying. The only one that's been annoying thus far is the fucking, you know, the Jewish guy.
With us, and you have to protect them. There are escort missions in each of the dungeons where if your teammate dies, if you're not able to revive them in time, it just ends the game. And the save points are not automatic. There's one autosave pretty much per dungeon. Usually when you defeat a main boss, it'll actually autosave. Other than that, you have to constantly backtrack to the nearest save point. Usually in each dungeon, there's like 2 save points. One...
Wait, I thought you just said it was extra fun backtracking.
All the way at the start, and one about 3/4.
Yeah, apparently his voice actor's Jewish too, so yeah.
The way through it, it means that I have lost progress here and there because I died, and sorry, for a 2025 game, I guess checkpoints are irrelevant. A lot of the design in this feels very, very retro, and not just because it's by Retro Studios, but something about it just feels like this feels a lot like a game from 10 years ago. Why am I protecting weak NPCs with limited health pools? Why am I waiting for an NPC to hack a panel? Why am I doing so many like push block puzzles and stuff? It just feels like there's a lot of stuff in here that I think was a better idea 10 years ago. Let me talk a bit about, well, the very, very, very bad story in a completely spoiler-free fashion. But let me start with the...
Let's see. Oh, shit. I missed a couple. Let's see. Rat Kicker with the 2. The Republic is dead. It's been... Oh, no. I think I read that. Alright, it's doubling these fucking bitches up again. Fuck. Yep. There it is twice. Shit. But yeah, it is dead. President HMV with the 5. Play the video you played yesterday of the guy. Oh,
all right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
And White Boy Daniel with the 5. I enjoy SHOE0NHEAD's video. She usually uploads quality content that you can watch while multitasking. I read that as masturbating at first. I'm not gonna lie. Are there women creators you do like watching? No. I don't watch female content creators. I barely even watch male content creators. So, no, I don't watch women on YouTube. I have yet to encounter a single female content creator on any platform that I actually think makes solid content. Personally. I don't know. The way I look at it, bro, is if you're not romantically interested in the chick, I don't know why you'd want to sit there and listen to her talk. You know, unless it's like work or some other context like that, or you're friends with them, but aside from that, it's like, nah.
Thing that annoyed me the most. Samus is completely silent. She does not say a single word. Every single thing that is said at her. People talk at her. People radio her. And this is weird because I think they changed it mid-development. I'm going to put on my tinfoil hat here. There are people that ask you questions that seem like they're replying as if Samus did say something. People will radio call you saying, Samus, I'm being eaten by rabid dogs. Come and help me. And it goes, okay, good. Thanks, Samus. I'll see you in a second. There are so many times where people are saying stuff to her where she should at least say affirmative, where she should do some sort of acknowledgement. But beyond just the silence of it, I hate that every character that can talk...
Hey, DreamCastGuy, curb your anti-Semitism, goy. What do you think you're doing, shooting one of God's chosen people?
is so dang cringy. I do not like Marvel movies. I think I liked Marvel movies, you know.
Oh, that's a fucking lie. I don't like Marvel movies. Oh, shut the fuck up, bro. You have comic books. Liar. Liar.
15 years ago.
You're lying.
Whenever all that stuff really kicked off, they were fun and cool at the time. But man, I hate...
Oh, yeah, dude, they were so heckin' cool.
Marvel movie writing. I hate that cliche. Well, that just happened. Every character...
Oh, but you love Spider-Mid too. You love God of Soy. You love all your fucking Sony slop of dog shit. I mean, this guy is full of shit, bro. Hold on. Let's see here real quick. What is some recent games he reviewed that he loved? Let's see. I'm trying to think of the last game that came out with just really, really bad writing that he... Oh, dude, you loved Ghost of Yotei, though, right? That had Marvel tier writing. Hades 2 is fucking dog shit. That's like Looney Trune, Globo, Homo, Slop. I'm sure it has similar writing as well. He loved Silent Hill F. Let's see. Where else do we have some games? I mean, he loves Resident Evil, which has that over-the-top goofy writing at times, too. So, again, that makes it even more ironic. Oh, well, I'm not going to dig through all his reviews, but, bro, this dude soyed the fuck out over Spider-Man 2, which is probably one of the worst examples of Marvel writing ever. Yeah, he probably liked Dispatch as well.
Character in here is so ridiculously annoying. Everybody has constant quips and weird, oh man, I'm getting eaten on an alien planet, but at least I don't have to sit next to Doug who's in that other cubicle. Every character is infuriatingly annoying and does not shut up. Like, characters will call you on the phone if you're missing a power-up or something. Hey, bring me that key so I can charge you up. I hate that everybody literally will not shut up. Like, even the best characters are the ones that shut up the most. I feel like that is a statement of how bad your writing is the silent characters, the characters that only say stuff that's actually relevant, those are the ones that are the easiest to endure. There is a Metroid fanboy in this. Sorry, there is a Samus Aran fangirl in this, who when she meets you, wants an autograph.
Both of those are the same to DreamCastGuy.
Every character in this game is ear-piercingly annoying. Even if I did like the gameplay more, I think the gameplay is fine. I like the puzzles. I like the bosses. I like that every boss is itself kind of a puzzle, using your different mechanics and abilities and unlocks. It is so aggravating to hear these unskippable cutscenes. At one point I died, I lost about 30 minutes of progress, and I had to listen to Miles, the worst character, go through multiple cutscenes again, unskippably explaining the things I had already done on the previous save file.
Why didn't you just mute the dialogue?
I hate these NPCs so much. It's to the point where if they weren't saying actually crucial advice sometimes, I'd completely mute the game. But since you do
just mute the audio and read the subtitles, dumbass.
Kind of have to listen to it. It's relevant to at least semi-understand what's up, right? Okay. They try to have multiple plot twists in this game. They try to have grand reveals. Samus's silence literally makes no sense in certain contexts. I don't want to get into any of the spoilers of it, but towards the end of the game, there are things that she is clearly supposed to say and react to that she just looks at plainly. They also do that thing that annoys me. So many Marvel movies do that thing where like the characters are on an alien planet, but their mask opens up so they can like say something witty and quippy. Every character in this game constantly has their face masks opening up so they can make a joke and then it closes up. Brother, if this planet is so dangerous, keep your stuff shut. Okay. Let's talk about the upgrades. The best part of any Metroidvania, this genre, is that fun loopiness of it, right? Constantly getting that next cool thing. All the upgrades in this game, all the abilities you unlock are called psychic. Essentially, the aliens that originally lived here, they had this prophecy about a chosen one coming, which of course ends up being Samus. So,
of course it's Samus. She's Aryan with a massive rack.
They give this like big crystal in your forehead.
Just as Papa H wanted.
That at the start gives you very basic psychic abilities, you know, moving around little tiny switches and stuff like that. But eventually it gives you psychic boots that let you jump on mind energy, the psychic boost that lets you basically roll dash faster, psychic kinesis so you can pull little
God's real chosen people.
Bombs and shoot them to activate particular barriers. I think I like all the upgrades a lot, and I like how they're explained. Honestly, nothing in here is super advanced. These are all abilities we've seen in every other game. I mean, a lot of that stuff has been, especially in the previous Metroid Prime trilogy, but my big problem with it is that nothing in here feels like an advancement, right? Consider the fact that it has been like 18 years since Metroid Prime 3 came out, and you can't even play that now. Like, consider how weird it is. So much of this game...
Why can't you?
The battle against Silex, the big bad of Metroid right now and stuff like that, so much of this feels like it's trying to follow up on a storyline that happened almost 2 decades ago. Like, how weird is it to consider that we had Metroid Prime 1, 2, and 3 back to back, almost a 20-year gap, and now they're like, oh yeah, so as I was saying, and they continue those storylines. It feels like there's some quintessential DNA that is just missing. I feel like this game, if it sells well, I'll actually be shocked, because it feels like such a weird...
Metroid games never sell well in comparison to Nintendo's other titles, but this will still sell a couple million copies, at least.
Niche compared to a lot of other games. But let's talk about the worst part of this game. Beyond the terrible writing, beyond everything else, it's the motorcycle. The motorcycle is called Viola, right? Now, when you're driving around the desert, it's big, it's empty, and it is mandatory. You don't just drive from base to base. There is no fast travel, so you're not just driving back and forth from dungeon to dungeon every time you think you have the proper upgrade for the next advancement. The other problem is that at the end of the game, one of the things they do to unlock the final dungeon is you have to break every single crystal and find everything in the entire giant empty desert. You spend so much time just going grid by grid doing giant, boring, empty laps. Now you might think, oh, well, maybe the soundtrack's good. No, the soundtrack is halfway decent. Some of the dungeon music is kind of cool. Some of the boss themes are cool. So maybe you're thinking, hey, well, while you're cruising, why not turn on some good music? So there is an ability to choose.
Buy the amiibo.
What music you listen to. Do you know how you do that? You have to buy a $30 amiibo. You cannot pick the music that plays on your bike unless you scan the Metroid amiibo of the Viola motorbike. This basically means it is $30 DLC. This is scummy. This is scummy, and it shows the fact that I feel like it's weird that Nintendo's greed is not talked about more. This game has something very interesting in the center of it. I'm glad it exists. It's cool to get another Metroid game. Personally, I like the 2D Metroids way more than the 3D Metroids. My favorite 2 games, actually, of the Metroid series are Metroid Fusion and Metroid Dread. But, you know, a big 3D Metroid, a big, high-budget, graphically impressive one. Why would you just trip at the finish line and fill it with cringe, with annoying characters, with backtracking to get mandatory upgrades that a lot of times feel irrelevant and time filler at worst, and across all of it, laps and laps in a completely empty desert that does nothing to enrich the experience.
Let's check something real quick. Oh, they don't have a leadership page, damn it. Damn, I was gonna see what Retro Studios leadership looked like.
Experience. Metroid Prime 4 is not the worst game of the year, but to me, it is easily the worst Metroid game we've maybe ever gotten. Maybe Other M is worse, but this is easily in the bottom 3 Metroids of all time, and it's absolutely baffling that we choose to do this. So much time in the oven, and it still feels undercooked. All right, so we've heard a lot of bad and a little bit of good, but let's go over to the ratings board and put a big number on it. I am giving Metroid Prime 4 Beyond a 6 out of 10. Oh my god, well, I hope you guys are enjoying it more than I did. That's always kind of my motto, is that sometimes I hate a game. Sometimes just my particular interests,
You hated the game and you gave it a 6?
Nika!
When I hate a game, I give it like a 3. Or a 2. Or a fucking 1. What do you mean a 6? 6 is good. Like above average. The fuck? Oh my god, man.
Freaking sucks. But hopefully you guys like these characters, this world, this version of Metroid. Because to me, I don't know, this is not the right call. I miss Samus from Metroid Fusion, where at least she had an internal monologue. I like to hear her sort of reflect on the war and the battles and the Metroids. But purely silent Samus is boring at best. Thanks so much for watching, gamers. If you could, please give this video a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming.
Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to see something else...
Yeah, he hated Donkey Kong Bonanza and gave it an 8. This guy's like,
Hey there, gamers. DreamCastGuy here, and this is my.
The Rogansphere is falling off. Who is the Rogansphere?
That would be like me being on Joe Rogan. Joe don't want me on there. I need to be on Shannon. Joe got 6 comedians that never been funny. He want to push out.
All right, so now that it's officially December, I think it's finally...
Dude, the age of the mid-wit podcaster is finally falling.
safe to say that 2025 has been the most destructive year for the comedians in the so-called Rogansphere. Guys like Andrew Schultz, Tony Hinchcliffe, Bert Kreischer, Brendan Schaub, and of course Joe Rogan himself, they've all taken such a massive hit to their reputations this year that literally no one takes them seriously anymore. Not just as comedians, but as
Why would anyone take them seriously in the first place?
people in general. Like they've all been Brendan Schaubified, so to speak, as the majority of their audiences have started hate watching their content rather than genuinely enjoying it as they did before. And now, whenever you hear one of their names come up, your brain doesn't immediately think of anything positive. Long story short, it became mainstream this year to clown on these guys. Even their own friends in the comedy world don't respect them, and have actually comfortably joked about how corny they all are all year without consequence.
This guy's corny too.
Just last week, the comedian Nick Mullen...
I don't remember his name, but he's just as bad, if not worse.
...was on Skankfest and...
I have never... Alright, I'm gonna go out and say this. I've never fucking liked comedians, comedy, any of that shit. I don't understand why you want to watch someone tell jokes for like an hour. That to me is like akin to watching paint dry. I can't fucking do it. I really can't. The only thing I truly find funny is like ironic humor. Like when something happens that's not supposed to happen, or, you know, there's irony in something. That's really the only thing that makes me laugh nowadays.
New Orleans, speaking about a recent conversation he had with Tony Hinchcliffe, where he essentially tried to tell Tony in the nicest way possible that him...
I don't like comedians. Not a fan.
And all his comedy goons have ruined the city of Austin. Also, just a side note, I believe this was a live streamed event, so just bear with all the technical difficulties they had as Nick Mullen was speaking.
Have you been back to Austin since? I have, yeah. It's not it sucks now. I was trying to tell. I saw Tony Hinchcliffe the other day, and I was trying to say that to him in a nice way. Yeah. You know, and I'm like, yeah, you know, it used to be, it was a cheap, fun town. He's like, yes, totally, it's an awesome place. I'm like, no, I'm saying it was. It was cool. It was a cheap place to live, and he's like, greatest place on earth. Love it.
What the fuck is happening with this video?
Like, yeah, but it's different now.
In a better way. It improved. It got stronger.
Yeah, I'm like,
all right.
Nick Mullen's a weird guy.
When I'll be like, I was like, yeah, people from LA came and ruined it. And he's like, yeah. Where did you move from? That is the funny thing though about like the LA comics that moved to Austin, and they're like they want to get away from LA, but it's like then you've now turned this into
turned it into
LA
with no ocean.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. And demanding bums.
So as you just heard there, Tony Hinchcliffe was completely oblivious to the fact that Nick Mullen was referring to him in that convo, which seems to perfectly encapsulate one of the reasons why people have begun bashing on these guys so much more recently. Like it's one thing to platform some of the worst comedians alive, but what makes the whole thing so much worse is that they actually think that they're blessing the comedy world somehow, and that all the criticism they get is from people who are just jealous of their success.
Your identity gets too wrapped up in conflict, and it's just like super unhealthy.
Well, we know people our age who are still doing that shit.
Of course,
comics.
Mark Maron, don't say it.
I mean, I don't get it. You know, I'm like, I don't know.
I get it. He's sad. He's sad. He wants other people to hurt. That's what it is.
It's just not charitable.
Well, it's also he's pathologically jealous.
Like sure, they're successful and their finances haven't taken a hit this year, but just because they capitalized on the lowest mouth-breathing section of society doesn't really make them the comedy gods that they think they are. It's almost like they all believe that their financial success correlates to their comedic ability, but it really doesn't. The only people that treat them like innovators are the same people who think yelling slurs is peak comedy. All the people who don't classify themselves as MMA Kill Tony superfans are just watching this whole ecosystem rot from the inside out. So as I said before, a lot of comedians have picked up on the overwhelming amount of...
I've never fucking understood Joe Rogan's appeal. Dude, that's fucking crazy. Like, yeah, I read about that, bro. It's like so fucking crazy. Can you believe that they were doing that? I mean, like, man, I really can't believe what happened. It's so fucking crazy, dude. Holy shit. Like, I can't get over the fact that that was happening, bro. So fucking crazy. 2 hours of that. It's like, how do you listen to that shit, man?
clownery surrounding the guys in the Rogansphere, and in turn have started clowning them themselves. Stavros Halkias' podcast, for example, has become a haven for making fun of the Rogansphere, because if there's a funny joke to be said, it will.
Oh, that's that statue that PPP has, I'm pretty sure, right?
Sphere. Because if there's a funny joke to be said, it will be said. And Stavros doesn't really save anyone from getting dunked on. I mean, just the other day, a guy who's friends with all the hacks in the Roganverse, Joe List, openly mocked Andrew Schultz and the really exaggerated fake laugh that he does on Flagrant, which was quite possibly the most accurate impression of the year.
Well, there's certainly no shortage of white guys talking like black people.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
You talking about Andrew Schultz?
Tails all the time. The white boy that, you know.
I did it.
Dude, who watches this shit? Who fucking watches this shit? Honestly, who sits down for like fucking 2 hours and watches this shit? Do you have zero self-respect? Genuine fucking question. Who the fuck is watching this shit?
I've done this.
Andrew Schultz is another one of those guys whose reputation's taken a massive beating recently, and that's entirely his own fault. Like this entire year, Andrew Schultz has exposed himself as the biggest grifting sellout of all time. Not only because he happily accepted blood money from the Saudi Arabian government in exchange for a heavily
I'll take some money from the Saudis.
censored government-sanctioned comedy set in Saudi Arabia, but also because of the fact that he thinks of himself as a political journalist now, a title that he shamelessly gave himself in the New York Times interview he did a few months ago, which is pretty pathetic once you learn that he has absolutely no idea what he's talking about when it comes to politics. Really all he does is glaze Donald Trump to no end, which I guess kind of worked when Trump was running for president, but now that he's in office and is impacting hundreds of thousands of families across America by the day, the shtick has completely fallen flat. Like even Schultz's co-host Charlemagne the God had to step in to put a stop to the meat riding just a couple weeks ago when Schultz was saying how funny it was when Trump put out that AI-generated video of him dumping sewage on protesters at the No Kings rally.
That was pretty funny.
For my father to physically go to as a Republican, to go to a protest, very significant. And the fact that then, you know, this guy releases an AI video of him shitting on people's heads. That's funny. Whatever. I mean,
yo, you know what's funny? We were
shitting on my parents' head is not funny.
But when your dad was in the video.
I think it's funny.
Okay.
Well, what are you talking about? Shitting your dad's head?
That's not becoming a president. You
no,
don't want that.
None of it is becoming a president. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. Trump is not a thing where he's funny. It is what it is. We all acknowledge this. He's funny, so he gets away with shit that most people can't get away with because he's funny. But when I see the other politicians doing it, it just comes across so cringe. I don't think that they're getting the benefit.
He's very cringe. That's why the only one it works for is Gavin, because Gavin is actually letting people know I'm mimicking him.
It's funny how Schultz has somehow landed himself in the position where he's grifting both to the rap community and to the Trump supporters at the same time. Like that literally just describes him perfectly. And now that a lot of the comedy world has become aware of his two-faced nature, his reputation has fallen deep into the gutter. But hey, at least he's gonna milk this Akash Singh drama for all it's worth, because this is the most attention that podcast has gotten since they interviewed Donald Trump. I mean, I guess they're releasing a podcast today where they're supposedly going to address the whole Gasoline thing, but you don't even have to watch that to know that it's going to be one big nothing burger.
Let's just get right into it.
Yes.
Which frat party should my daughter avoid? I have a 2-year-old daughter. Which frat party should she not go to?
Shy should avoid Teak because they definitely why?
They make you pop that thing crazy.
No, they spike the drink.
No way.
Yeah, so they got kicked off of our campus.
No
for
way.
Doing that. Yeah.
Oh my lord.
Yeah.
Popping pussy. Yeah. Let's just get some definitions.
Okay.
We're gonna any terms that you might need to know the actual meaning of. Alex is here
To
break
be
it
fair,
down.
I thought it was just like dancing, getting dressed up, and maybe that was my mistake. So I acknowledge that.
Look at this. Big one.
Yeah, the act of getting dressed up, looking fly as hell, wearing a minimum of 3-inch heels, preferably higher, and dancing your ass off into the wee hours of the morning. That was what I was doing.
Yeah, this is white people's definition of it. This is what you learn.
So that whole thing just stinks of the fact that they're probably going to joke about it and then call everybody incels, and of course take Akash's side, which is actually pretty disappointing. Like Akash Singh has become the laughingstock of the internet, and it looks like he's going to drag the Flagrant podcast down with him as well, because no matter what they say today, it won't take away from what everyone already thinks of Akash. And deep down, Akash is incredibly butthurt and sensitive about the whole thing too. So yeah, the Flagrant podcast just seems like it won't ever be the same again, which could actually be the final blow to Schultz's reputation, as the guy was already
I don't know how people fucking watch this shit.
Skating on thin ice before the whole Akash thing blew up.
I don't get it, man.
I mean, if you've seen the Flagrant podcast subreddit recently, then you know that it's essentially just a hotspot for all Akash Singh related events. But even before that, it was becoming more of a snark page like the Fighter and the Kids subreddit than an actual page where the fans discuss the podcast. So if anyone's experiencing the Brendan Schaub effect the most, it's the Flagrant guys. But if we're going to keep mentioning Brendan Schaub, then I think it's only right to give a small update on his pretty depressing new life in Austin. Because it's almost been 5 months since he made his move to Austin, and every day since then has gotten even more miserable than before. And now, in December of 2025, Brendan Schaub is essentially at the saddest point in his career as an
I've
entertainer.
never even heard of this guy. Dude, it keeps double clicking.
As he's basically just faded away into irrelevance. Like he's become such a nobody at this point that Joe Rogan is finally comfortable having him at the mothership. Like just the other week, he appeared as a guest on an episode of Story Wars, and it happened to be so boring that not even Podcast Cringe covered it, which says a whole lot. Like all Brendan Schaub did was laugh when everyone else laughed and mimicked the hell out of Matt McCusker. The only clips worthy of sharing is when he went on to his podcast after and cackled at the idea that he had ever been banned from the mothership, even though Joe Rogan and even Brendan Schaub himself admitted that he was banned from the mothership way back when he was still cosplaying as a stand-up comedian.
There's a lot of money in those bullshit headlines. Yeah, man. Like there was one on me. It was like Brendan Schaub banned from the mothership, and I did a show there last Thursday. Like, well, not banned. We can only do this one. And now he's banned again. Especially now.
I heard there was a rumor you were banned from the mothership. Was that the online rumor that you were? Hold on, banned from the mothership. Can you imagine? Did Joe Rogan ban you? Is that what I read on the internet? Hey guys, thanks so much for the edification. Yeah. I guess he was unbanned.
Dude, this is like the same level of the type of people that sit there and watch Sports Center for like 8 hours a day. You know, listening to other grown men gawk about other grown men. It's very gay.
And yeah, banned.
You were banned, huh?
Can you imagine?
Brent Shaw apparently has been banned by Joe Rogan.
Whatever, we have to be a standard. Someone has to be a fucking standard. But that's like the same thing you'll see.
Well, dude, there's something psychological about a laugh track. There's a reason why they did it on TV. It's because when you hear laughter, your brain automatically wants to parrot that behavior, so you seem socially fitting to the scenario you're in. So your brain naturally wants to mimic and parrot people's body language and emotions in order to basically ensure that you're going to be socially accepted. So when you hear someone else laugh, you immediately think something's funnier than it actually is.
My comments are maybe your words on red, like, oh, why aren't you playing the mothership, Brendan? I don't deserve to be there.
So for the bottom tier of society, which is who this type of content is for, it works fucking wonders, man.
And me and Rogan had this conversation. I'm not there yet. There's guys like you, like to me, and I'm not saying Big J's one top 5 doing it right now. So yeah. But so I shouldn't be there. I don't want to go there and get backlash. Like when they invite me to be a headliner, I'll know it's my time. I don't want to recreate the Comedy Store for me.
It has been a problem though, because there's a lot of people want to come, and some of them are just people are weird, like that want a headline, and that they know, like that you're not really a headliner. Like, what are you talking about?
When he actually considered himself a stand-up comedian, his life is so irrelevant, it's pretty safe for him to go there. Because in reality, no one really cares about him anymore. And as insufferable as Kill Tony, Flagrant, and JRE have become, they at the very least can say that they're still pulling massive numbers. Brendan Schaub, on the other hand, has gotten so desperate at this point that fans are starting to think that he's resorted to scamming his own audience. So yeah, Brendan Schaub has hit bedrock. After all though, the only reason Brendan Schaub is even being featured in this video is because of Joe Rogan, which is really the one guy we should talk about right now. Because there can't be a video about the Rogansphere without mentioning the Grandmaster himself. Because Rogan's really the only reason why anyone even cares about the people previously mentioned in this video. He's also the reason why all of their reputations are tanking as well, as they're all attached to the hip of Joe Rogan. What you may not know though is that Rogan himself is attached to something too. The Alpha Guru Manosphere.
Dude, that has got to be the gayest image ever. What the fuck?
Which was a really popular...
Dude, the brownest of brown hands crafted that image. The brownest of brown hands. So what? We got Jordan Peterson, whoever the fuck that guy is, Tristan Tate, Joe Rogan, Trump, Andrew Tate. Is that Abraham fucking Lincoln? Holy shit, bro.
Wave in the early 2020s.
That is 100% created by brown hands. Like, dude, there's just something about... It's probably a Middle Easterner or an Indian, because they are obsessed with putting famous people together in images. Like, it's a very common thing, and you'll pick up on it. About Ben Shapiro, I thought I said that, but yeah, I saw him. He was on the left. I saw him.
But now that that wave is thankfully over, people just think of all of them as the biggest jokes of all time. And as a result, he's terrified whenever one of his guests dare mention anything about the Rogansphere or the Manosphere.
Out there in the street, we tell everyone. I get my credits to go from the Bonfire, Legion of Skanks, and most notably, the Rogansphere. The Manosphere is a real subject. Like, people believe that it's real. That there's this, like, coalition of men, like, trying to convert young boys into the evil ways of being a man. The Manosphere. I think that's the same thing as the Rogansphere. No, the Manosphere, it's like there's levels to it. Like, Andrew Tate's the highest level of the Manosphere, right? Of course. Right? That's top G of the Manosphere. Of course. If you're, like, categorizing those things, the thing that you're most terrified of is a guy like Andrew Tate.
Instead of listening to anyone's valid criticism on his impact on comedy, or even worse, the election, he just plays dumb like Tony Hinchcliffe. And instead, he's now occupied his grandpa brain with the wonders of AI. There's not a single episode of Jerry that goes by where Rogan doesn't mention his fascination with AI music.
They're taking 50 Cent songs.
I knew you were going to that. I heard.
You've heard Many Men, right?
Yeah,
have you heard What Up Gangsta?
No,
you haven't.
The Many Men one is fantastic.
The Many Men's amazing.
Yeah.
Which just shows you how easy it is to impress this guy. I mean, no wonder he finds his friends funny. And so recently, Rogan's actually taken this AI slop obsession even further, where he claimed that Jesus will actually return in the form of AI.
What's more virgin than a computer? So if you're going to get the most brilliant, loving, powerful person that gives us advice and can show us how to live, to be in sync with God, who better than artificial intelligence to do that? Wow. If Jesus does return, even if Jesus was a physical person in the past, you don't think that he could return as artificial intelligence?
Oh my God.
Artificial intelligence could absolutely return as Jesus. Not just return as Jesus, but return as Jesus with all the powers of Jesus.
That's so fucking smart. Holy shit, I never even thought about it that way. Oh my God, literally. Instead of Siri, we're gonna have Jesus, guys. Get ready. Get fucking ready. This ship has sailed, and it ain't coming back anytime soon.
Jesus. Like all the magic tricks, all the ability to bring people back from the dead, walk on water, levitation.
All the magic tricks. Remember, guys, Joe Rogan is a recent Christian convert. Or I don't know if he's a convert, but he's been going to church. The magic tricks, man. He's going to pull a rabbit out of the hat.
So the fact that this is the dumbest thing Joe Rogan has ever said is actually quite impressive. It's almost as if the AI company that Joe Rogan signed a sponsorship deal with had something to do with it, which would explain a lot. I mean, it's not really a new thing for Joe Rogan to obey to whoever is paying him the most. And he kind of exposed this very phenomenon in his recent Theo Von interview, because when Theo Von started speaking about things that Joe Rogan clearly had a financial connect with, Joe Rogan seemed to be visibly concerned for his safety, which actually made him push back on Theo Von.
It's sketchy times.
Well, sketchy times. I mean, the same company, that company Palantir, that was doing all that crazy stuff in Gaza, and they were like, you know,
what are they doing?
All the drones and stuff like this, allegedly.
Who the fuck? Dude, I am so sick of hearing about Gaza. There was a bunch of fucking retarded leftists standing outside the Christmas tree lighting the other night in D.C. They're like, sign our petition for Gaza. I said, what, to nuke it? And then I just kept walking. But, dude, I'm so fucking sick of hearing about this shit. Oh, my God. I don't fucking care, bro. Glass the whole goddamn country at this point. You know? Shit.
What are you talking about? What are you saying they did?
That they had, like, were compiling data on people that were there, and they were operating a lot of the drones in the sky that also had weapons attached to them.
Is this horseshit? Is it real? Jamie's not even willing to talk on camera. He's giving
I'll be quiet then.
I'm sure they do. No.
They got a big contract in America now, which is scary to me. That's what's scary to me. That a drone could go by. That maybe that's what happened in Charlie Kirk. Who knows? Maybe a drone. You just have no who you can even point the finger at. A bullet comes out of the middle of nowhere.
True.
That's a kind of. I'm not saying I'm paranoid about it all the time. I'm just saying I have.
Listen.
Okay. So
you're right.
This guy is king of the fucking midwits, bro. Oh my God. The clips I've seen of this dude. Holy shit.
Comes out of the middle of nowhere.
True.
That's a kind of. I'm not saying I'm paranoid about it all the time.
I'm
just saying I have.
Listen.
Okay.
So you're right. However, China's making drones. They got me.
How much longer does Israel let us stay alive, do you think? That's a big question.
Why would they?
What do you say? Is that AI?
What are you saying?
That's Sora?
What the fuck are you saying?
I didn't say anything.
What are you saying?
Huh? No, Israel Adesanya.
Oh.
So yeah, I mean, at this point, Joseph is past the point of no return. And as a result of that, his comedy pals are too. This was the inevitable ending to it all, though. And really, it's just the result of making the least talented people more successful than they ever should have been. There are other comics in the Rogansphere that weren't mentioned in this video because they're actually skilled and aren't just living off the fleeting fumes of Joe Rogan's butt crack. And their reputations are just fine. You can't really say the same for the others, though. But with that being said, that is it for the video.
I don't think any of them are funny. Oh. Yeah, nobody wants a Cybertruck because they're like 100 fucking grand. If they were 50 grand, like Elon promised, I would have got one. You know, I signed up for my $50,000 Cybertruck, not a fucking $100,000 one, so. Have y'all seen, what was that truck called? The $15,000 Toyota truck that's now allowed to come into the U.S.? That shit looks pretty cool, bro. I think I might buy one. They're only $15,000. I forget what. Hold on, let's see. Yeah, Toyota, the Japanese one, PK. I didn't think there was another type of Toyota. Yeah, this.
This is, in fact,
this. Dude, that shit looks sick as fuck.
the cheapest Toyota truck, which cost $10,000. Specifically designed for Toyota's customers in Thailand, but banned in the United States and Canada. Not because it's dangerous, but maybe it's very cheap. If this truck became for sale in the United States, it will quickly become
It looks really cool, though.
Likely the top-selling truck in the auto market. This is, in fact,
I would buy this. Dude, for 15 to 20,000, I would absolutely buy that shit. That'd be sweet. You could just beat the shit out of it and not even worry about it. You know, you wouldn't have to worry about, you know, the paint or anything. Like, who cares? It's 15 grand. There's a reason why it's... Yeah, because it's a fucking engine, wheels, and a bed. That's it. There's no fucking fancy electronics or anything on it. It's literally just a motor, the fucking suspension, your transmission, a fucking cab, and tires. That's it. It's extremely basic. And that's the point. They're just very, very fucking basic, you know, work-focused trucks. That's it. None of your luxury features or anything. It's just a truck that's cheap. And probably will last longer than all the fancy fucking trucks because there's less electronics to go wrong. So, yeah, I would definitely buy one of these. It'd be fun. And you can just beat the shit out of it, too, because, like, who fucking cares? It's only 10 grand or 15 grand or whatever. You know? It's not a consequential sum of money in terms of a new car. What am I going to use the bed for? To fuck your mom? Ooh. I don't know. I just wanted... It's more so just the fact that I would have it. Because why not? I don't have a truck. Guys, it's begun. The car market crash of 2026. Wait, I thought we were in 2025. I guess he's just preempting the algorithm. I don't know. What the fuck is that? That thing's ugly. So what is that truck called? Here, let's see. What is it called?
This is in fact the cheapest.
The Toyota fuck your mama? Yeah. I mean, that's what it will be used for, but we need the actual name. Let's see. What's it called?
Buying a new truck in America is going to cost you a pretty penny, and that includes Toyota. To get your feet into a base SR grade, which is detuned versus these other models, over 31 stands for Innovative International Multi-Purpose Vehicle, and it uses body-on-frame construction. Toyota's been using... Well, I did some snooping, and I found that Toyota has trademarked IMV. If you're not familiar with IMV, and this is a trademark for the United like button, this weekend...
Yeah, that's what it's called. The Hilux. That's what it is. The Hilux. Let's see what the interior looks like. I'm just curious. Alright, well, show us the inside. I don't want to see this other shit.
Guys, we need to talk.
No, we don't need to talk. You need to show us what the interior looks like, you fucking idiot. Nobody cares. Alright, there we go.
Give the interior a simple, no-frills design, which helps keep the cost down.
There you go. That's perfectly fine. That's all you need in the truck, bro. You know? I'd be fine with it. You could easily swap out the radio here and put in, you know, a better display if you wanted to. But, yeah. Where's the steering wheel warmer? You can put it in your pussy to get it a little warmer for you, PK. So, put your hands in your pussy to get them warm. Yeah, those like little go-kart trucks. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I don't know what the fuck those are called though. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. Like the little shop trucks that they drive in Japan. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I think those are also allowed now too. So, yeah, they'll be coming over as well apparently. Possibly. I don't know. I guess it would just depend on how big the market is. I hope a black mom with 7 kids gets those trucks faster than you. I do too, and I hope she slams on the brake after going 90 miles per hour and they're sitting in the back. Yeah, I can't imagine putting 7 kids in a 2-seater car is a good idea, but you know. If it doesn't come with a manual transmission... Boomer! Who the fuck wants a manual transmission? That shit's ass. Manual transmission is purely for elitists, and I'm convinced. There is zero benefit to having a manual transmission. It is purely a LARP that people have that they're like, oh yeah, it's such a better driving experience. It's like, no. Why would I know how to drive manual? I live in a developed nation, and I started driving in, what, 2013? I got my license in, like, 2013. Of course I don't know how to drive manual. I'm not 70 years old. Back when I was a kid, before I got my first rust bucket with a 3-speed shifter. Oh, yeah, fuck off. Nobody cares. Boomer. Once a third world... Yes, Japan is a third world nation. Absolutely. Japan, famous third world nation. Yeah, they like playing with the stick while they drive. You're going to be racing your $15,000 Toyota truck? I don't think so. Automatic's way better. I don't know why you'd want driving to be more stressful. Yeah, it's just unnecessary. It's purely performative. It's purely performative. It's like the guys that won't drink wine because it's quote-unquote gay, but they'll drink their fucking goy soap water beer instead. It's like, I don't know, man. It's performative masculinity at its finest. Performative masculinity. Griffin only drinks wine like a single mother split from her ex 10 years ago. Yeah, do you know who else drank wine? Literally every single person in human history that actually fucking mattered. So, cope, bitch. Go drink your goy slop. That's what Pharaoh used to pay the slaves with, bitch. Drink your beer. Hey, PK. Uncle H never drank wine? Look, though he occasionally had sweet champagne. Hey, PK, what is champagne? What's champagne, buddy? What is it? There you go, bro. Cope and see the bish. Sweet. Well, most German wine is sweet. But, yeah. Sweet champagne is a crime, bro. It's a crime. It's nasty. I don't like sweet wine in general or sweet alcohol in general. It's got to be as dry as my sex life. Good wine is good, so is good beer. The thing is with beer, though, what is the differentiator between like a good beer and a regular beer, like price-wise, and how it's actually made? Beer is not really the same caliber as wine. You could fight me with 2 fingers and whoop his old ass. Yeah, and I'll pull out my gun and shoot you, so get fucked, bitch. I found wine I love that's semi-sweet. I almost drank the whole bottle in one night. Yeah, I mean, if you open a bottle of wine, you kind of have to drink it the same night because it doesn't taste as good the next day. It oxidizes too much. It oxidizes too much. Nah, dude, like that fucking bitch from Ghost of Tsushima, or no, Ghost of Yote, as I was informed, you know, she can canonically dodge bullets, so it's possible, dude. It's possible. She can deflect bullets with her samurai sword. Have I ever played PS5 Ratchet and Clank? Yeah, unfortunately. Wine is for men with good tastes. I agree. I agree. Let's... Oh, God. What is this? Raymond with the 2. Let's see. I'm finally making the switch. And All Night Yahtzee with the 2. Yeah, we can check it out. It's fine. Alright. See what this is. I don't...
Like me, I'm sure many of you have experienced or have heard about the dumpster fire that is Windows 11. From the sloppy workarounds of getting Explorer to actually run properly, just a file...
No. I'm not watching a video about someone switching to Linux. No. Nope. Don't care. Let's see. Yeah, let's pull this one. Yeah. I did get scared, bro. I instinctively reached for my window control, but I realized I'm not in my car. Football sucks. Let's see. Is it fuck football or football sucks? I'm just typing football. Does it matter? I'm trying to find the right video. Football sucks. Okay. Okay. Let's try. Yeah, I don't see it. Footballs.
I can't afford this shit!
You sure it's not fuck football? That's the only football related one. You could whip that ass, Griffin? Yeah, well, dude, the only ass that's getting whipped is yours if you don't get back in the field and pick some fucking cotton. Bitch. Get on out there, boy. Or else you gonna get a lashing for each year your mama put your godforsaken ass on this earth, fool. You heard? Let's see. M. Hopefully I said 4. I don't know. I lost track. With the 2. Okay. So we can come back to this if it is actually fuck. Check if it's the fuck football video because I don't see football sucks. Check if it's the fuck football one. Let's see. His tattoos are for stupid people. I agree wholeheartedly with that title. Paul's pretty based, so I agree most likely with his take. Oh, I remember that. Yeah, this is an old video. I remember this.
Tattoos are not cool anymore. They haven't been cool for years.
Who made you the judge of what was cool?
Shut up. Tattoos are for people who don't have personalities, and I don't even have anything against.
Oh no, yeah, let's see what it is. Fuck football. Okay, yeah, we'll pull it up after this then.
Those freaks who smother their entire bodies and heads and faces with tattoos.
Dude, I remember when Paul was working for Alex back in the day. He used to do the War Room following Alex's 3 hours on InfoWars.
tattoos. At least they commit to it. I'm talking about the people who have 1 or 2 discrete tattoos, which they then whip out at every available opportunity as a conversation piece, because their existences are so excruciatingly insipid, they have nothing else to talk about. You're a basic bitch. As Quentin Letts wrote, tattoos, once rebellious, are now so widespread, it's actually more exciting to see a person whose skin is uninked, not having a...
I agree. It's like, you know, repulsive most of the times.
Tattoo is the new having a tattoo. You think you're so unique by having a tattoo. In the UK, 1 in 3 young adults has a tattoo. Yeah.
Why do his eyes look so big? Because he's not fat.
You're so unique. Just like everyone else. Having a tattoo is like wearing the same
That's why my eyes look small.
uniform every day. So unique. Tattoo parlors are littered with pre-drawn designs, so what most people get doesn't even have an ounce of originality to begin with. Permanently scarring yourself to stand out from the crowd by adding yourself to a large pool of people with identical tattoos to yourself. The irony of branding yourself like the rest of the cattle, then claiming to be unique. Oh my god, so unique. You're a basic bitch. Let's face it, tattoos are for stupid people, as Theodore Cattle, then claiming to be unique. Oh my god, so unique. You're a basic bitch. Let's face it, tattoos are for stupid people, as Theodore Dalrymple writes, there are many things I don't understand. For example, why intelligent people should want a tattoo.
Everybody got tattoos for a reason, either you're in a certain place, you want to remember, it's for personal.
You heard now that apparently the ink is like poisoning people's brain. I forgot where I read that. It's like some ingredient in the ink is like traveling up to the brain and like basically preventing the brain from functioning properly. I forget what it is. I should look it up, but yeah, apparently all this fucking tattoo ink people are pumping into their body. It's like literally preventing their brain from functioning properly, which I would have to beg the question, is your brain functioning properly in the first place if your arms look like this?
Remember, it's an event you want to remember.
An event you want to remember? Take some pictures, or, I don't know, try remembering it. One of MTV's finest excrements is a show called Just Tattoo of It.
Griffin has a swastika tattoo? Nope, I don't need one. It's already permanently etched into my heart.
Hosted by Charlotte Crosby, a woman famous for having sex on TV and getting her vagina out at every available opportunity, and Stephen Bear, a man so devoid of intelligence that MRI scans would have trouble picking up brainwave activity. That's me, guys. The premise of the show is that people get tattoos designed by their friends with no input of their own. This leads to some permanent passive-aggressive tats, such as when one girl got slut tattooed on her 19-year-old cousin because she slept with 4 of her boyfriend's friends. Again, tattoos are for stupid people. A highlight of the show is when Charlotte Crosby gets a tattoo of a half-bear, half-cheater on her back from Stephen Bear as a reminder that she cheated on her ex-boyfriend with him. She then proceeds to try to assault him.
Stupid fucking cunt! You stupid cunt!
It's like watching prehistoric Homo genus discover tattoo guns instead of fire. Again, tattoos are for stupid people. That's me, guys. With most relationships now lasting shorter than a goldfish's attention span, tattoo regret is now a growing problem. So many people regret getting shoddily done work that there's now an entire TV show devoted to covering up bad tattoos. The tattoo industry constantly complains about the show, because in many cases, the awfully designed cover-ups are even more embarrassing than the originals. Hiding bad tattoos with more bad tattoos. Again, tattoos are for stupid people.
You're so dumb. You are really dumb.
Are you suffering from Trump derangement syndrome? Then what better way to show your distaste for the current president than getting a tattoo of him, scarring yourself to own the president?
Dude, who else? Oh, yeah, there was like some fucking leftist that got Charlie Kirk getting shot tattooed on his fucking, what was it? I think his calf muscle. It's like, bro, what the fuck? Do you not realize the tattoos were literally used to fucking, mark slaves? You're basically admitting that you're at least the property, mentally, of some other man.
And how will Trump ever recover? Have you ever been so mad at someone that you got them tattooed naked onto your own body? Or how about getting actual shit tattooed on your body as a representation of the person you hate? Yeah, the only thing that's shit around here is that tattoo. What's more idiotic than getting a tattoo of someone you hate on your own body to remind everyone of how much you hate them? How about getting a tattoo of presidential nominee loser Hillary Clinton? That's the equivalent of getting an American soccer team tattoo every time they fail to win the World Cup. Again, tattoos are for stupid people. Fancy a tattoo but want to trick people into believing that you're profound and deep instead of vacuous and shallow? Simple. Just get a tattoo in Chinese. Exotification of a language you don't understand automatically makes you look artsy and erudite. Except for the fact that most of the time you'll probably just end up with somebody's food order on the side of your body. One of the greatest moments of 2017 was when a future Darwin Award candidate went public with a warning to others against getting an eye tattoo after she almost went blind. Guess you didn't see that one coming. SoundCloud rappers have a habit of getting so many face tattoos, they look like they can level themselves up in Pokemon. Meanwhile, Tana Mongeau does the opposite and gets a face tattoo so far from its own definition that it's not even on her face and requires a microscope to see clearly. Still doesn't prevent her clickbaiting to draw in all the other basic bitches who want face tats. Again, tattoos are for stupid people. Listen, I'm willing to allow a retroactive amnesty on everyone who already has one. But from now on, if you get a tattoo, you're a basic bitch. Tattoos aren't cool anymore. They're for dullards and simpletons. And if you still get one after watching this video, yeah, you basic.
It's for the sports cattle class. I don't know, man. I would never get a tattoo, personally. I will never get a tattoo. First of all, I'm not going to pay someone to permanently deface my body. And second of all, what is the fucking point? Oh, let's to remember something. Okay, well, buy a fucking ring, buy a necklace, buy a bracelet, buy a watch, you know, buy something. You don't need to pay some stranger to fucking scribble in ink on your body permanently. Go buy an actual item to remember the occasion. Oh, well, it's so cool and meaningful. It's like, what is the meaning? None of these tattoos mean anything other than I'm trying to fit in, bro. Like 9 times out of 10. Dude, I've never seen anyone who looks better with tattoos. Especially women, bro. Women, like, take yourself from a 7 to a 5 faster than anything. Get a tattoo. It's heartbreaking, man, when you see, like, a really attractive chick and she turns around fully and on her thigh is a massive fucking, like, tattoo of, like, a fucking rose or some shit. It's like, why? You're ruined. I would never date a chick like that. It's nasty. Such an eyesore. I think the worst ones, other than the thigh tattoo, is the ones they get between their tits. Like, if chicks have that chest tattoo of the fucking, like, whatever dream catcher thing or whatever the hell that is, and they put it between their tits and underneath their tits, that is, like, the biggest red flag ever, bro. That is a literal whore. Dude, most people who get really into tattoos get, like, addicted to the pain, too. You know, there's a whole rabbit hole you can dig into of the women who become addicted to tattoos because they get pain orgasms. And, yeah, if you want to dig into that, feel free. We're not going to, but that is a thing. Griffin gets addicted to the pain of getting rejected? Well, then why do I never talk to women, then? If I was addicted to getting rejected, wouldn't I be talking to women at every opportunity? Come on now. Ugh. Yeah, the feeling... Oh, there we go.
Football sucks. It's like...
All right.
Garbage sport for toilet people, and being reminded that it exists ruins my day. Now, this is not an anti-sports video. I think sports are groovy, but football is like...
I don't.
The Roman Reigns of sports. Always there, being shoved down everyone's throat, even though you'd get more excitement watching a damn snail race. The average football game lasts over 3 hours, with over 100 commercials and 11 minutes of action. 11 fucking minutes! Look at these bored motherfuckers. Does the game end if they all fall asleep? Or can anyone even tell the difference? Watching 22 of these lumbering grunts smushing their bodies together is like watching a bunch of sleepwalkers drive bumper cars, only with no seatbelts and a 10,000% chance of getting concussed, crippled, or paralyzed. And I bet that's what you all watch for anyways, you bloodthirsty fucking animals. You just want to see someone get hurt. Not only does football constantly injure people, it also routinely kills people. And yes, that includes kids. Guy! And football fans are such mindless goddamn cretins, they actually have the...
They're cattle. They're the cattle class of society. The sports slop, you know, consumers. They sit there and watch ESPN all fucking day. They sit there afterwards watching all their fucking football, basketball, baseball, fucking badminton. I don't even know, but it's just... The people who are obsessed with sports are, I think, probably lower than cattle, honestly. Like, it's absolutely pathetic.
Nerve to complain about increased safety regulations, like it's somehow ruining the sport. Well, good. Football deserves to be ruined. In fact, forget about increasing safety. Just get rid of the whole sport altogether. Let's cut this tedious exercise in retardation out of our culture like the cancer it is. The entire sport is a bunch of guys built like brick shithouses slamming into each other over and over again. And then you've got one guy who's a little bit smaller, and he has the ball. And then all 11 of the other brick shithouse guys run at him full speed and try their best to paralyze him. It's basically a grown-up version of Smear the Queer, or Kill the Man if you want to be PC, and we used to get recess detention for playing that. Here's a real statistic. 200% of football players die every year. And even scarier than that, 100% of dead football players played football. Am I the only one sensing a pattern here? And the unlucky bastards who don't die end up dead inside, because they end up like Al Bundy, a broken man at the end of his rope, trapped eternally in sitcom purgatory, whose only joy in life is insulting fat chicks and beating up his daughter's boyfriends. That's the future that awaits every aspiring young football star, if, by divine providence, they somehow manage to avoid an early grave. And I'm not just clutching my pearls about violence here. I'm a red-blooded American male. I can appreciate a little bit of violence here and there. And I could forgive the brutality of this game if, and this is a big if, it weren't so boring. Jesus Christ, football is fucking boring. If you're gonna be dangerous, at least be fun, like wrestling or costumed vigilantism. You know, respectable athletic pursuits. I don't even get how football came to be. In my head, I just picture a bunch of guys getting together and going, hey, sports are cool, but you know what would be cooler? If they stopped every 5 seconds. Let's invent a sport where a bunch of fat guys crash into each other for 5 seconds at a time, and then stop to get back into formation to sniff each other's assholes. Over and over again. Stop and go, stop and go, stop and go. Well, congratulations, ye old visionaries. You succeeded. You created a sport that is the athletic equivalent of sitting in traffic. It blows my mind that people actually enjoy this idiotic excuse for a game. I seriously can't wrap my head around it. How boring of a person do you have to be to think that 5 hours watching guys bend over and cup each other's farts is a good use of your time? If you enjoy football, I hate you. If you're thinking of defending it in the comments...
All sports are like this, though. You're, like, just sitting there, like... Dude, I don't get it. And they act like they're part of the fucking team. You know, they get emotionally invested in it. It's just... It genuinely makes me sad. I don't know. It's like, Jesus, bro. You really realize just how fucking... Just how, like, brainwashed people are. They're not even sentient for the most part.
Don't bother. Because if you love it so damn much, I'd rather you just fuck off and get concussed playing your stupid high-stakes grab ass. I'm sorry, but when I get that close to somebody's asshole, it's because I plan on doing unspeakable sexual deeds. I didn't invent a game around it like you freaks to cover up your latent homosexuality, which, by the way, isn't working because you're not fooling anyone. So if you're one of those people who watch the Super Bowl every year and contribute to this national ass times ever-expanding fart cloud of popularity, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Especially if you're one of these water cooler weirdos who say you're just watching it for the commercials. When the hell is that idiotic meme gonna end? We are officially living in a dystopian, anti-intellectual nightmare, where advertising has turned you into such a brain-dead zombie that you'll sit through a boring sport specifically just to see all the new, exciting ways corporate America is gonna try to sell you something. Well, here's hoping someone...
Yep. Part with your paycheck even faster.
Sells you a noose so you can take yourself out of the gene pool at the soonest opportunity. Then you can go straight to hell and finally suck Satan's cock like you've always wanted, since you're so eager to take that sweet Luciferian advertising ding-dong up your bing-bong anyways. Fuck football, fuck the Super Bowl, fuck whatever shitty band is playing at halftime, fuck whatever teams are playing, and fuck anyone watching it. Fuck commercials and the hipster nincompoops who enjoy them, and most of all, fuck this guy. Get into a real sport like any...
Dude, I don't give a shit about baseball. Like... None of these fucking sports are worth watching. It's just pathetic. It's a bunch of, you know, obese, middle-aged men living vicariously through people who are far more athletically fit than they are. and they make it their entire life and identity. It's pathetic.
Any other sport.
It's genuinely pathetic. Like, sports slop enjoyers are genuine cattle class, bro. Dude, what the fuck? They put a GIMP ball gag on him? Jeez. That's, fitting, ironically enough. Bro, what is this dog shit?
Metroid Prime 4 is here, and that closes the Nintendo Switch 2's launch window. How did Nintendo do with the follow-up to its most successful system ever? That's a big topic on this week's Next Gen Console Watch, coming up after these messages. Following all the latest gaming hardware, I'm David Hatfield, and this week I'm joined by the last game of the year from Nintendo for the Switch 2, effectively closing the new console's launch window. And so it is time for us, as video game critics, to grade the latest Nintendo console's debut. Now, Switch 2 is a huge commercial success. It has sold over 10 million units already. It's the biggest console launch ever here in the US. Nintendo even raised its hardware forecast for the year in response to the Switch 2's spectacular performance, and now expects to shift 19 million units of its new console before the end of March 2026. But what do we think about Nintendo's first-party game lineup? Does it have a killer app? It's the most expensive Nintendo console ever, and yet that isn't holding it back in sales. Not only are people willing to pay more, Nintendo made sure it had enough stock available to meet demand. So, Logan, let's start with you as the host of the #1 Nintendo podcast. How would you grade the Switch 2 launch window?
Yeah, well, first, even just hearing you say Metroid Prime 4 is out, I reviewed that game, I finished it, I played it, and I still can't believe it. Like, it's been so long. It's great that that game is finally out in the wild. It's been a great year. I think undeniably this has been a very successful year, both from a software perspective and, as you said, a commercial perspective for Nintendo. I'm giving them a B+ overall. I think it's been a very strong.
Jeez, bro. Consume! You got all the little amiibos.
This has been a very successful year, both from a software perspective and, as you said, a commercial perspective for Nintendo. I'm giving them a B+ overall. I think it's been a very strong launch window for Switch 2. I just think that you talked about maybe one of the most important parts of this is demand. They completely met demand for this. Black Friday has come and gone, and anyone who wanted to get a Switch 2 for their kids for Christmas was able to do it, and that's great, and that is usually a huge, huge challenge for a console in its first year. So availability-wise, that's fantastic. Software-wise, I think it's been very strong. It does not live up to the 1-2 punch of Zelda Breath of the Wild and Super Mario Odyssey. Last time around, 2 top 10 Nintendo games of all time, according to our recent list that came out within 7 months of each other. But it's still been really solid. Donkey Kong Bonanza is the best Switch 2 game so far. I gave that game a 10. It's one of my favorite Nintendo games of all time. And then elsewhere, you've just had a lot of really solid stuff. Mario Kart World didn't hit like Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. It's just not as good as that game. It's still a great game. And then this fall has seen a lot of really solid entries like Kirby Air Riders. That's going to be really niche. It's doing super well in Japan, not as much over here. But the people that love that game really, really love that game. It's going to be, I think, a cult classic in this library the whole generation. We got a Zelda spinoff. We got Metroid Prime 4, which thankfully turned out very well after 8 years of development hell. So that was great to see too. So I think it's been really solid. I think there's some blemishes like the Nintendo Switch 2 edition stuff has been iffy, like that Mario Party update shouldn't have cost $20. That should have been $80. Mario Kart World just shouldn't have been $80. Like, the further we get from that decision, the more it just looks like we are trying to push people towards our digital Nintendo Switch 2 bundle edition to get people off of physical media. I really think that's the only reason that they did it, and it wasn't a great look, and it got them in a lot of hot water. And then some of their new IP, it was just really bad and forgettable. Dragon Drive, the wheelchair basketball game, was just super forgettable. Switch 2 Welcome Tour, which also started a fire by costing $10 and also wasn't a very good game. So it was by no means a perfect year, but across the board, I think it's really strong with a B+.
That all sounds very reasonable to me. I would agree with most of that. Ryan, what would you think? I know you, like many people out there, are still really just getting impatient for the next 3D Mario game.
I'm going to keep beating the drum, and I appreciate that you're now just, you already know what I'm going to say with regard to that. Yeah, I mean, we are now at, 8 years. I actually had to think about it for a second, which means it's going to be at least 9 by the, if it happens to come out next fall for the next mainline 3D Mario game. But yeah, I mean, it's tough to argue.
The new 3D Mario will definitely be coming out next year. They're probably going to announce it right before the movie comes out. That would be my guess. We'll probably get Galaxy 3, and it'll coincide with the release of the movie, so that way they can put the trailers, you know, prior to the movie, and yeah. That way they can try and convert the movie audience into actual customers for the Switch 2.
Really against what Logan had to say there, I would go B-. I would just go a little bit, give them a little bit slightly lower grade, only because for just me personally, the games they've shipped, while all very good, just none of them have quite hit with me the way I wanted them to. I bought a system on day one. I don't regret doing that, especially as we kind of continually live in these uncertain tariff-influenced times with regard to consumer electronics and other things for that matter. So I'm not sorry that I got one right at launch. I got my daughter one for Christmas, the Pokemon bundle, and I'm actually curious to see her reaction to it, because she knows I have the Switch 2. She's obviously seen it, but she hasn't really expressed a ton of excitement in it yet. And I think it's mostly because there haven't really been any Switch 2 specific things that she can't play on her Switch 1, that my old Switch 1 that's now hers. But still, I know she's going to enjoy the Switch 2 certainly. But yeah, I mean, as much as I was so hyped for Donkey Kong, especially after Logan's review, it's amazing. Don't get me wrong, but it just hasn't quite hit with me the way I had hoped it would. I'm not super bullish on Metroid.
And then, you know, the other stuff like Zelda spin-off, Hyrule Warriors, we haven't seen the A-list stuff yet, which Logan did point out. And hopefully, you know, 3D Zelda is obviously years and years away, but hopefully 3D Mario is coming up in the not too distant future, and maybe 2D Zelda or even potentially 2D Mario, although Wonder which I reviewed, wasn't that long ago. But I'm optimistic for 2026. I'm happy I bought the system, but yeah, it's impossible to compete with the first year and the first calendar year even of the Switch One. There are actually few systems ever that can, let alone just limiting it to another Nintendo system. But any PlayStation, any Xbox, it's hard to beat 2017 for the original Nintendo Switch.
Yeah, I agree. I want to get Max's thoughts on this year, but real quick, Logan, thinking about that incredible launch year for the Switch One in 2017, do you think that was just a happy accident that things lined up that way, or was it something to the fact that Nintendo had a lot more to prove back then coming out of the Wii U era? Right.
Yeah, it's exactly the second one. All you have to do is look at their release calendar in 2015 and 2016 and see they put nothing out. And they were just all full steam ahead on making games for Switch 1 because Nintendo had essentially disappeared in the early 2010s and nobody was thinking about them. So they had to do that. They had to push Zelda Breath of the Wild from a Wii U exclusive to be on Switch, which was a big deal when they announced that. Mario Odyssey, there was maybe even going to be a Wii U game, and then of course they pushed that to Switch. Poured over Mario Kart 8, the best Wii U game with a bunch of new stuff. Yeah, I think the software lineup for Switch 2's first year, like if this was not being graded as like a console launcher, which it is, and that's how we're grading it, it was a really solid year of software. It's just doesn't live up to that first year come out swinging. It's like just like the Switch 2 is an iterative step forward from the Switch 1. This software lineup is just a really solid year of Nintendo games.
All right, so Nintendo Switch 2 in 2025, B+ from Logan, B- from Ryan. Max, how about you?
I'm going to just split the difference and go with the B, but specifically B for B-list because, yeah, I mean, to everyone's point, it's weird how it's not the heavy hitters. It's not Mario. It's not Zelda. I love Donkey Kong Bonanza. I think that's my game of the year. I absolutely adored it, but, you know, it's not a...
I just have a feeling they're saving both Mario and Zelda for the movies. It's what makes sense. I guarantee you Nintendo's biggest regret with the first Mario movie was not having a game to release alongside of it. Because what a fucking knockout that shit would have been. You know, you have your $1 billion plus movie. And if you had a brand new 3D Mario game that was like coinciding with that release, that you could have had an ad for before every single screening, or like, oh, go see the Mario movie in theaters and pick up blah, blah, blah. They could do a 2-in-1 ad. Like, they probably regret that. And the same thing goes with Zelda.
3D Mario. It's not. I think a lot of people were harder sell on that, whereas, you know, Mario has this kind of universal appeal. A lot of weird Donkey Kong haters came out of the woodwork. Like, it was bizarre. Like, my wife was like, I don't like looking at him. And I'm like, what do you mean? He's a funny monkey. What the hell? So we had a big fight.
Based wife? I don't know
about that, but no, I don't know. You got Kirby Air Riders, which isn't even like a mainline Kirby game. It's the sort of weird spin-off of that. Mario Kart World, again, really huge disappointment, and I think it says a lot that I'm as positive on the Switch. It says a lot about Donkey Kong Bonanza in particular. That, yeah, I mean, I felt a little bit burned by World. I did very much appreciate. I think it's got a lot of potential. Again, it's a whole world there, and I have some hope, some faith that Nintendo is going to fill it up with things. They just put up a big patch today that addressed a bunch of kind of known issues and did some little quality of life tweaks. But I really hope they're cooking up some kind of a content drop to give this a little bit more oomph. It'd be really nice for all the people who picked up new Switches and are probably jumping on this because they assume it's as good as Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. But yeah, as for the lineup, yeah, I mean, it is an iterative system. It when I got it, it didn't feel like a new toy. It felt like a new phone, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. I'm currently playing Link's Awakening with my daughter, and it runs beautifully, which is not something you can necessarily say about how it ran on the base Switch. Like, it kind of chugged a bit here and there, and I don't know. It's nice to see in the same way that a bunch of Wii U games got deluxe versions. It's nice to see a bunch of Switch 1 games are getting little updates, and occasionally you have to pay a few extra bucks. Occasionally you have to pay a lot of extra bucks. Animal Crossing New Horizons. The Switch 2 upgrade for that is what, like $5 or something?
$5, yeah.
Yeah, that feels incredibly reasonable and generous. And, you know, at the same time, they're still doing new content drops for people playing on Switch 1. That's looking at it next year. But yeah, I mean, it didn't quite have that, you know, that fun gimmick or that fun sort of special new thing that I was hoping for. You know, you kind of hope for from a new system, but that is probably for the best. You know, the Wii U was completely out there and trying to one up the Wii, and that just didn't work. And I feel like they kind of dialed things back, and they gave us one of the best systems ever made. With the Switch 2, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're kind of sticking with what it is, and I have faith that with the amount of consoles they've sold, there are a lot of Switch 2 games in the works. So looking forward to that.
All right, we all seem to be in agreement. Switch 2 definitely off to a really good start in 2025, but looking ahead to 2026, how do things look? There's nothing of the A-listers that Ryan mentioned. You know, there's not a new 3D Mario announced yet, or new Zelda. But what we know so far is that Animal Crossing New Horizons, the Switch 2 version, is coming. Also in January, Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate is coming, and that's cool. But we're also getting third-party games day one, which is shocking to me. Like Resident Evil Requiem, it's coming to Switch 2 at launch. 007 First Light. 007 First Light is coming in March. It's crazy. February is also going to be Mario Tennis Fever. March is Pokemon Pokopia. And then looking, you know, later into the year, Dust Bloods, the next FromSoft game, is currently a Switch 2 exclusive. Elden Ring is coming eventually. Hopefully that turns out better than when we saw it at Gamescom. Fallout 4 Anniversary Edition is coming. Then Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle is coming over. Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight. Super Mario Wonder is coming to Switch 2. And then Yoshi and the Mysterious Book. So that's everything that we know of, the big stuff that we know of is coming so far. Logan, how are you feeling about 2026 for the Switch 2?
Yeah, I think it looks fine. It looks good so far. It looks very much like we were just talking about. These are solid Nintendo games that Nintendo fans will really like, but for kind of a general wider audience who really wants to show up from Mario, Zelda, Smash Brothers, that stuff's not here yet, and I don't think any of it's coming next year. What I do think is coming is next year's Pokemon's 30th anniversary. Pokemon Gen 10 will be one of the best-selling games next year. I expect that to be a Switch 2 exclusive. So that's probably going to be their huge fall game. So I think you're still looking at another year that doesn't have the stuff that like Ryan is looking for example. But I think some of this is really solid. You're just getting more Nintendo franchises, getting their great sequels to Switch 1 games on Switch 2. Three Houses, best-selling strategy RPG of all time. Here's Fortune's Weave, a new Fire Emblem coming out on Switch 2. So I think it looks solid, but not like 9 or 10 out of 10 exciting yet.
Ryan, you think you'll revisit either Mario Wonder or even Indiana Jones Great Circle on Switch 2?
Unlikely. I mean, I'm still, there's so many new games to play that I've got, I'm part of the problem. I paid the $40 for Galaxy 1 and 2 on Switch 2.
I don't give a fuck about Resident Evil at all. Not one bit.
So if I even get time to revisit something older, that's probably what it's going to be, because I love the Galaxy games so much. But yeah, I wonder if 3D Mario, Logan's not optimistic, but if it happened next year, we're staring down 3D Mario and GTA 6 in the fall, wow, that would be pretty darn impressive. Maybe the best fall ever, but I'm sure Logan probably has a better sense of when that game's going to finally show up. If it doesn't show up next year, it means we're going a decade at least between new mainline 3D Mario games, which is insane to me.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. Max, is there anything you're looking forward to playing on the Switch 2 next year thus far?
I'm just morbidly curious about Duskbloods. I was one of the many Bloodborne fans who was really sad that wasn't Bloodborne 2 when it got revealed on that Nintendo Direct, but it still looks really interesting. And I don't know, Miyazaki said that it's his approach to a multiplayer game. And initially one of my concerns was, will it have a big enough install base to sustain a good amount of players? But looking at the Switch's sales numbers, I don't think that's going to be too much of a problem. I just also don't know what this game is.
Yep, it's a little bit of a question mark on the release calendar for now. Okay, viewers, listeners, we want to know, how would you grade Nintendo Switch 2's launch window? Make sure to vote at IGN.com the day this episode goes live. We'll share the results with you next episode, just like we can with last episode's poll. We were talking about the Steam Machine coming next year, and we asked, do you game on PC currently? And you were pretty much split down the middle. 46.5% said yes, you build a gaming PC, and 44.8% said nope, you're a console gamer. So that's pretty much right down the middle. Just under 9% said you dabble, maybe you do some handheld PC gaming on something like the Steam Deck. So definitely interesting to talk more about Steam Machine on this show going into next year. Now, calling all Fallout fans, the Wand Company has created a 1x1 screen-accurate replica of the Pip-Boy 3000.
Nobody cares. Screen accurate. Slop. Yeah, I didn't like Mario Odyssey that much. Mario Galaxy is still the best 3D Mario game. And when I say Galaxy, I mean 1 and 2. But oh my god. Dude, he's still coping. How pitiful. Sonic Racing is better in every way. Other than the amount of people playing it, that is.
All right, so the Switch 2's been out for a bit now, and it's there.
They're still shilling for this Sonic game, bro. Is this sponsored by Sega? Nope. Because I know DreamCastGuy got paid to make that positive post-launch, to make that positive post-launch Sonic Racing game.
I guess. With the launch of the Switch 2 came a batch of promises from Nintendo, one of which was an attempt to phase out physical media, again, and the other one was the definitive Mario Kart experience. Mario Kart is one of those games where it will always sell, no matter what. It is the family kart racing game, and for good reason. Anyone can just pick up and play it, especially now with the easy mode stuff turned on by default. Move over, Race with Ryan, and DreamWorks kart game, whatever it's called. There's no room in the living room for you guys. Obviously, we know that Sonic was the old 90s rival to Mario.
Yours truly with the 2 got my 4K OLED today. It's a whole new experience. Very nice, man. Yeah, the OLED screens look amazing. So it's pretty much impossible to go back after you get it.
Back in the day, Mario had a kart racer, so Sonic had a kart racer. As the years went on, Mario had a space game, so Sonic had a space game. Twice.
Bruh, I had Sonic Colors on the fucking Wii, I remember. My grandma bought it for me.
That's not the script, I just thought of that, that's insane. With Sonic kart racing games specifically, it's always been like a weird...
She saw a commercial for it and thought it looked cool. So she bought it for me for Christmas one year.
Mishmash of quality and average.
It was alright.
Racing Transformed is the #1 pick for just about everyone, and for good reason. The game is fantastic. It really changed the game by adding these lat-changing mechanics, and it's just so fun, even now. And then we had Team Sonic Racing, which controlled like Transform, so it still had a great sense of speed. It's just... I don't know. I really liked it. I thought it was a lot of fun. I thought the team mechanic was super fun and interesting, and it really added like some sort of cool dynamic to the gameplay. It wasn't just a racer anymore. You actually had to like work with your team. It was cool. There's like a lot of team mechanics I really enjoyed, but, you know, it just kind of felt dead on arrival. I personally think that a major part of this game's downfall was the lack of crossplay, which every game was having at the time. That, and I think the
No, the problem is everybody looks at this and goes, oh, it's just Mario Kart, but shittier. This is what Sonic needs to go back to, is... like, this shit was actually good. see if we can find actual gameplay. Like, this does not look like Mario Kart. This looks nothing like Mario Kart. So it has its own unique identity, and it probably would have done well if they would have just done a Sonic Riders game. But yeah, I used to play this all the time on the Wii with one of my friends. I used to play as like the green like falcon looking thing or whatever. I don't fucking know its name, but yeah. This has an actual like unique identity, unlike, you know, Sonic Mario Kart. You know, last time I checked, there's no fucking hoverboards in you know, Mario Kart. Yeah, but it doesn't matter because when you look at Mario versus Sonic, the way they advertised it is cars. Look at the cover art of Sonic like, look, he's showing footage in this car. Hold on. Well, I guess that's the other one. But here, look at the cover art. Sonic Racing Cross Worlds. It's all about how you present it. I'm telling you. This is the cover art of Sonic Racing Cross Worlds. Like, what is front and center? Car, 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 car. Okay, there's the hoverboard, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the vehicles are some form of car. There's one hoverboard up top. So, if you're comparing that to Mario Kart, you're like, oh, well, they both have cars. Compared to, for example... Like, this looks like a much more unique concept by comparison. Like, look, there's no cars. They're on fucking hoverboards and shit. Like, that looks like a different game. Like, it gives you a different fucking vibe. Like, this literally looks like Mario Kart. Like, hold on. Dude, the #1 search result when you type in Mario Kart is Mario Kart World Peach. Bruh. We know what Peach they're looking for. But, like, look. It's the same thing. It's, like, literally the exact same cover. Pretty much. Like, look. They even have the flying car up there. Like, it's the exact same vibe. Or you look at Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Like, look, dude. This literally just screams Mario Kart. This cover art is basically Mario Kart. So, that's what I'm trying to say. Is like if Sonic had gone for like a unique, you know, concept and not just tried to emulate Mario Kart, then they might have had a better chance of actually having some real staying power and, you know, taking advantage of like a unique spin on the kart racing formula. But it just looks like Mario Kart. It looks like we have Mario Kart at home, kids. No need for a Switch 2.
Servers were like country specific or something like that. Like you couldn't easily just matchmake with someone from across the world. So also that just made it impossible.
Because like I would buy Sonic Riders, like if they made a new one, but I'm not buying Sonic Racing. I already have Mario Kart World, which I've put over 100 hours into. I'm not like lacking of enjoyment of that game. So it's not like I'm desperate for a new kart racer. If there was like a super fast paced like hoverboard style, you know, racing game like that, I might be more interested because at least it's differentiated.
To get any matches, because I don't think anyone in my area of Texas is playing this game right now. But it didn't just have really fun gameplay. The soundtrack was absolutely fire, and I thought the customization in this game was actually really good. It's just a shame, you know, that I didn't do too well. I mean, you can go watch my old video by clicking the card in the top right, right here. I think I'm pointing at the right one. I'm not looking at the viewfinder to see my original video on this game, to see that I still feel the same way about it. I really like this game. So the year is 2025, and we have 2 new racers from both teams, both taking very different approaches from their normal format. Mario Kart World was supposed to be the big launch that convinced people that you needed to buy a Switch 2, and you know, rightfully so. I stated earlier that Mario Kart is the family racing game. If there's one game that you're gonna play with your family that involves kart racing, obviously it's Mario. But it was only launching on the Switch 2. No Switch 1 version or Switch 1 content. And I will say, regardless of how this video comes off, this game is very fun. It's super pretty, very charming, controls really well, and it has that like classic Mario Kart feel. I love Mario Kart. I'm sure everyone watching this.
Yeah, like Kirby Air Riders is a very unique, you know, concept, and it definitely differentiates from Mario Kart. So, I don't know. Sonic could have done something else.
At least tolerates Mario Kart. The game is fun, don't get me wrong. I actually really like the game. And this one also introduced a variety of different like gameplay mechanics, and I think that's why, a good chunk of why at least, Mario Kart World kind of fell off a bit. See, one of the big changes in World is that they introduced a very large open world to drive around in, and it's full of charm, genuinely. And inside this map is where you would meet up with your friends.
Wait, Mario Kart World fell off? Whoa. Let's see. Let's see just how much Sonic did not fall off. Mario Kart has fallen, guys. Billions must die. Let's see. Wowza, dude. A top player count of 13,000 people with 2,000 peak for the past 24 hours. It has truly never been more over for Mario Kart because Sonic has clearly not fallen off, guys.
Queue up for lobbies, get collectibles, you know, normal collectathon garbage, right? The gameplay feature they introduced was the replacement of the second and sometimes third laps of the circuits with this long intermission track. It's basically like a bridge from the last track to the new one. And in concept, that's super fun. I love the idea of making all the tracks connected in some way, like it's an actual road. The problem being, these intermission tracks aren't optional. They're part of the gameplay design. Playing online or solo will usually result in the player taking part in this long stretch of road, making it an easy target for items. A bit after the game's release, someone online did find that if you chose random when you were queuing online, more often than not, you would get like the traditional 3-lap circuit races, which is what people wanted. Once word got out and everyone online was doing this, Nintendo, for some reason, pushed a patch that just ruined your chances of getting what you wanted on the online matches, which is that traditional 3-lap race. And people were upset, rightfully so. So much so that the player count significantly dropped, and the user score on Metacritic reflected how players felt. Now, to my—
Oh my god, no! 2,800, that's like nothing.
Understanding, I think they backpedaled and they reversed the patch or something like that, but like the damage was already done, you know? People were saying that it felt very like anti-consumer, and yeah, it definitely was. It felt like at that moment they were specifically going against player feedback. I think what really emphasized the negativity after—
You wish the worst for me? Well, bro, I would say same to you, but I don't have to. You're already living it.
The controversy was the fact that the game was $80. What are you smoking, Nintendo? You're already charging $450 for the console. $80? Dude, oh my god. All of this, coupled with the console exclusivity of a console that was already really hard to get, you can see why Mario Kart World's player count dropped a good chunk, especially after this game came out. See, Sonic Cross Worlds blew up out of nowhere. Hype was generating very, very fast.
Dude, what type of revisionist ass history are we on now? Yeah, dude, it blew up. It blew up, dude. 13,000 players. Peak. It absolutely fucking blew up, man. Wow. As in, it blew up in Sega's face because the game fucking bombed. It barely sold 1 million copies. And it's already on deep discount. Brutal. Remember, this is not an old video either. This was uploaded 2 days ago.
The closer it got to release. I was really shocked. You know, as a Sonic fan, it was really weird seeing non-Sonic fans excited for a Sonic game. So here's what it does differently. First off, Cross Worlds does the traditional 3-lap race, just in a different way. The whole point of Cross Worlds is you're crossing worlds. So the second lap will always be a random lap from another track, which means no race will feel the same, even if it's the same starting track. There's a much greater sense of speed and control, personally. By default, the game's controls are mapped Mario Kart style, so people can somewhat easily pick up and play if they've never played a Sonic racing game before, which I think is the perfect move. They even have the easy mode driving stuff enabled by default as well. The big problem with Team Sonic Racing was that when I was selling it at my game store was that I had to consistently explain to people how it plays, because I know that these regular customers were casual Mario Kart players. I had to pull out a fucking college thesis to fully explain how this game played differently than Mario Kart. Crossworlds is almost perfectly pick up and play. Now, I say almost because it can get pretty overwhelming, especially to newcomers, especially when you see the gadgets menu, because that's what specifically alters how your car drives, and it's very chaotic. Extremely chaotic. The biggest advantage that Crossworlds has...
Yeah, I mean, you can find the Mario Kart. I think Amazon and Walmart were the two retailers that were doing it. But yeah, they put it 10% off for the lead up to Christmas. So yeah, you can literally get the Mario Kart bundle for the cost of just the Switch.
For Mario Kart is that it's cross-platform, and it has cross-play enabled by default. And I think that's a huge chunk of why this game exploded in popularity. Anyone can play with anyone, regardless of what platform they have. And with that popularity came a wave of game support and extra content. See, Crossworlds kind of does a mishmash of other games as online content. So, for example, you have the queue lobby with your friends that's very similar to games like Fortnite, who popularized this whole concept. And now the game also does semi-frequent online events similar to Splatfests in Splatoon. Mario Kart is kind of still there. There's nothing inherently wrong with the online play, but it's insane how many people I've talked to all said that they've dropped the game after the Wild Nintendo patch and after Crossworlds came out. Now, don't get me wrong, Crossworlds is not perfect. I'd say far from it, actually. There's plenty of room for improvement. Like, these Splatfest events can be kind of annoying because it's the only thing you can do. You can't do traditional races whenever these events are going on. You have to participate in the events. And these events have like a time slot of mechanics that are going on in every race, like tap your allies to go faster, or collect rings, do the most damage, stuff like that. Like, it's fun. It's very fun. I love it. Just give me the option to do a regular race, because you can't do a regular race until this is finished. So that's kind of dog ass, I'm not gonna lie. Other than that, they've been pumping a steady stream of content into this game. Some that make sense, and some that are SpongeBob. Needless to say, I've been having a blast with Crossworlds, and I know that Nintendo can release chaotic, fast-paced racing games like this, because they just did. During the making of this video, Kirby Air Riders released, and this shit is so fun, dude. It's the same type of chaotic, super fast-paced racing I love about Crossworlds. Controls are super tight, and the game modes are all great. So we know that Nintendo can release some banger racers like this one. So why was Mario Kart World so underwhelming? Well, I think that it's entirely due to the fact that Kirby wasn't developed by Nintendo. Every company has their own list of rules and guidelines when it comes to creating products like these. It just seems like Nintendo directly has a very strict set of rules that no one can abide by. So, what they say goes, even if player pushback is increasing. Kirby was developed by external developers. All Nintendo had to do was make sure that the game was actually, keeping in line with the expectations that the Kirby series has already set. So is there a chance that Mario Kart World could have a big 180 and change some of the stuff that people had issues with? No. No, not at all. Nintendo is one of the most strict developers I have.
Nah, Nintendo will do a big content update for Mario Kart World sometime, most likely in the spring, because the majority of the player base is going to be getting their Switch 2 for Christmas, and, they'll want to experience the fucking game, and then Nintendo will be like, oh, well, we'll re-entice them by updating it, add a couple tracks, change some of the game modes, whatever, and that's what they'll do, most likely. I don't really see why they don't just have a traditional 3 fucking lap race mode built into the game, but whatever. I don't get it. But my guess is the big Mario Kart World update will come sometime after Christmas. Because, all the content's going to be new. If you get the game with all the content updates already, then you're going to expect more content updates, even if they've already been patched in.
Ever seen. What they say goes. Hell, Nintendo released a survey asking people what they thought about the new game keycard garbage, and as you can guess, people were very vocal about this being a really bad thing. Everyone hates it and would rather have the full game be on the cartridge rather than this weird Steam key bullshit. So Nintendo responded accordingly by releasing one of their Pokemon spin-offs on a game keycard. Brother, what the fuck? Now, let me clarify, I cannot stress this enough. Mario Kart World is not a bad game. It's an insanely charming game, and games like these have a very, very special spot in the homes of families. Not every game has to be a fast, super chaotic, flashy mess. It's okay to have a more casual, family kart racing game that anyone can pick up and play. Just not for $80.
Wait. Just not for $80? Hold on. This is another revisionist point that people love. How much was Sonic when it released? Oh, look, if I want to get the full game, how much was it? Is that $90? Hold on. Wait a second. Come on, dude. Not for $80, but dude, lay heckin' Sonic game for $90. Take me monies. It's like, fuck off, dude. Like, it's just, it's comically fucking annoying. Yeah, I paid $50 for my copy of Mario Kart. Well, I also bought 2 physical copies as well, so. I don't see anything that makes me want to click. Ugh. Oh, is this a woman complaining about Daisy?
Why isn't Daisy brown? As time went on, her skin got brighter and brighter, but why?
No, it's a minute. Hold on.
Yeah, why is that? That's interesting. I love Daisy, and I wonder
never mind. Here, let's see. Let's see.
why this person thinks that Daisy's skin color has changed out the years.
9/11.
What? Okay, let's start from the beginning. I love Daisy. I've always had a particular affinity for Daisy because she felt like a better representation for myself growing up. She was a brunette, she was a tomboy, and she always just had a fun-loving attitude. Daisy was first revealed as a princess in the Mario universe in 1989, and she's become a core part of Mario's cast of characters. And as it turns out, I was definitely not the only one who gained an interest in Daisy, but I would say that our reasons for that interest vary widely. So today we're gonna be talking about all the very normal things that surround our favorite
As in a wide load, right?
princess, Daisy. Are you normal about Daisy? I don't believe you. But wait a second. Are you subscribed yet? Because this is LED. Make sure to hit the like button and subscribe. We'll get back to the first clip about Daisy's skin color later. But first, I'm very sorry if I have to be the one to break this news to you. But there's another content creator who's also been very normal about Daisy, and he goes by the name of Zach Scott. If you're not familiar with what I'm about to share with you, then please prepare yourself. Now, as someone who's been in the Splatoon community for a while, I've been familiar with Zach Scott's artistic and
Oh God, no, not the dude. Ugh. The dregs of society are found in the Splatoon community.
antics, I would call them. Do I have to discuss the side order artwork? Do I have to? But other than sorry, outside of that, he's a very well-known content creator within the gaming space. He's also gained a bit of a reputation for being a fan of a particular type of Daisy, and that's Elephant Daisy. Yes, and that's Elephant Daisy. Elephant Daisy was first introduced in Mario Wonder because you could eat a little fruit that was shaped like an elephant, and it would turn you into an elephant. And Zach Scott loved it.
Look at Daisy. Elephants! Look at the elephants! Hi! Baby Daisy drive me crazy.
That's not even the tip of the iceberg. He loved it so much, he started commissioning dozens and dozens of artists in order to turn Daisy into an elephant. If I were to have to rate Zack Scott's normalness when it came to Daisy, it's not normal. No, he's actually a nut. But it's only because he has peanuts that he wants to feed to the elephant. See what I did there? No? Okay. Well, Zack Scott isn't the only person who wants to alter Daisy's appearance in some way. There are people who are trying to change all kinds of things about Daisy, including her face. I know, I don't understand it either. I love Daisy's appearance, I love the way that she looks, but some people have other opinions. Someone said, why did Rosalina outmug everyone here? And then somebody else replied saying, let's all shave our jawlines and not tell Daisy. Which, guys, please, can we get some cheek appreciation here? I know you guys appreciate Daisy's cheeks. Why can't we appreciate these? I love her face. I think she looks so cute, and I love her little cheeks. They're so cute. But people have gone so far where someone actually gave Daisy an entirely new face. She went in for some plastic surgery, and I don't know how to feel. This is not my
Ew.
Daisy.
That looks like a tranny, bro.
I did look up this person's account who changed Daisy's face, and it has to be a troll because they also made this. What are we doing here? I don't have words for, I don't know what that is.
Dude, it's like, dude, Laura, that's the thing I never understood, is like the, Laura Croft, purists who were like so pissed off with like the new redesign and the, I guess, reboot trilogy. Like, they were acting like the original Laura Croft character model was like so amazing, but it's like, bro, it looked like a man with lipstick.
They're also saying that Daisy's face is not symmetrical, and guys, I can't with this. Leave my girl's face alone. Please leave Daisy's face alone. I don't know why she's getting so much hate. This is only Daisy adjacent, but I do think that it's important because they always say that Daisy and Luigi are romantically linked. And I love this tweet by Super Mario Broth, who does a lot of really great Mario content. And they said, despite containing both a Princess Peach and...
Alright, I'm bored. Yeah, personally, I think 2013 Lara Croft was the best designed in the franchise, personally. But sue me. That is such a cursed fucking thumbnail. The GIMP ball gag. Gross. Dude, what the fuck is this shit? It's been 6 months since the Switch 2 released, and I still don't have it? Do I have regrets? Do you have regrets over something you didn't even buy? What type of retarded ass video? Like, women, bro. Women! That's a woman moment. I'm gonna inject myself into something that has nothing to do with me. Here's my opinion, even though no one should even fucking care. Ah, dude. Let me talk about my regrets for something I don't even own. Ah, dude. No! Griff, you will never have sex. That's alright. I can live with that. Yeah, it's like literally asking someone, hey, do you regret not buying something? It's like, is it... So stupid. Because they could actively go buy it right now. Ugh. Anger. Hate. Oh shit, that looks familiar. Sonic Rivals? I don't remember that game. What was it on? It sounds really familiar. Was that the mobile game or something? I don't know. What platform was this for? Oh, PSP. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, I remember seeing something Sonic Rivals back in the day. I never played it, but watch SYNTH's video. What did he upload? I don't really want to watch the Outer Worlds video because I don't really care about it. Kirby, we can see. I mean, do we need to watch a 40-minute video on Kirby?
This is probably the first time in the last 10 years that a sequel to one of my childhood favorite games didn't disappoint me in some fashion. No, in some ways, Kirby Air Riders actually exceeded my expectations. Now, despite my reputation of being sort of a cynical doomer type of guy who hates the modern game industry, I actually always had faith in Masahiro Sakurai. It's obvious that he pours his heart and soul into his games. Even if people have various issues with all of the Smash Bros. Games since Melee, I think Brawl is still one of my favorite childhood games, and no, I never cared that it wasn't competitive. And conceptually, Smash Ultimate is the perfect Super Smash Bros. Game. I really don't think Sakurai
We'll skip around. We don't need to watch like the basic mechanics and stuff like that.
has ever truly disappointed. Yes, he plays favorites. You can even tell in Kirby Air Riders that he's not the biggest fan of the Kirby games he didn't work on. But me, I'm not really a huge Kirby fan myself, though I have played like 7 or 8 of the games, believe it or not. Those of you who watch my streams know I'm a little bit of a baby game enjoyer. My game of the year last year was a little indie game where he plays a taxi that nobody cared about. And I've talked about on many occasions that
Yeah, yellow taxi, go vroom.
Kirby Air Ride is one
That has gotta be like the most like aughts pilled fucking title of a video game I have ever heard, bro. Like, I can just picture this one, like, retarded kid in my 8th grade class whose parents paid, like, shitloads of money to keep him out of special ed. And, yeah, basically, he used to make, like, those type of noises. So I could just picture him going, yellow taxi, go, vroom, vroom, vroom. Like, I could just see him getting, like, fucking, I don't know, what was it? I guess triggered or having a tick over the title of that game. But yeah, he was a Rail fan, and he was also obsessed with like jumbo jets and shit, like the fucking Boeings and stuff. So yeah, he was a Rail fan and like a plane enthusiast.
of my favorite childhood games. Definitely a bit of a cult classic, very bare bones. I think most fans of the original game didn't even care about 2 out of 3 of its game modes. Really was only renowned for city
Let's see, Sergeant Rex with the 2 months. Hey Griffin, I'm
either
very
subscribe,
angry
donate,
at you
or get
for
the fuck
becoming
out.
a stupid heckin' incel.
Gaming.
Why is that, man?
But gosh dang it, I've had so much fun playing it.
which I'll describe what that is in detail a little later. But let's just say it was a basic party game akin to Mario Party or Mario Kart. In fact, in some ways, it's a combination of both of those games. Unfortunately, it was also the type of party game where if you really knew it inside and out, you could absolutely dunk on your friends. Or in my case, my younger brother, because I knew where all of the Hydra and Dragoon parts could potentially spawn. So he never wants to play with me again. And that's still true to this day. But it doesn't matter. No. But I'm not here to give you a trip down memory lane. We're here to talk about the sequel. Now, unlike some other never-ever type sequel games that have disappointed me in recent years, especially Dragon's Dogma 2, that one still hurts. This game is genuinely good.
I don't know. I like Dragon's Dogma 2. Well, yes, it could have done more. I still think it was good.
Period. Within its genre, of course.
I'm going to probably buy that at some point again on PC, but I just want to pay like $20 for it.
I'm not going to tell anyone to buy a Switch 2 just for one good game. I mean, if you've been watching this...
Why not?
In a long time, you know I hate the modern game industry.
Can you put a price on fun? I don't think so. I mean, I would say buy a Switch 2 for Mario Kart personally. Like, I think you could easily get your money's worth out of it over the next, what, 7 years?
And I want it to burn to the ground. However, this
like the thing is, the console's never going to get cheaper. You might as well just go ahead and buy it. If anything, it's just going to get more expensive with the way the fucking, component prices are going.
It's probably the most fun I've had playing a party game in years. And as long as you realize that this is a party game, this is not a competitive online multiplayer game, even though everything that has online multiplayer is treated as if it's the new Counter-Strike. People can't just, I don't know, play a few casual matches of a game and have a good time anymore. And that includes me, by the way. I'm well aware that I raged at this game several times already. For some of us, it's just in our nature. That said, if you want a party game to just play with your friends on the same couch, which I realize nobody does that anymore, but if you are the type of person who does, this is a perfect game for that. I won't waste too much time in this intro rambling about nothing. Let's just get into the review. Normally, I would dive right into the gameplay, but I realize there's a lot of people that still don't even really understand what Kirby Air Riders is, despite the fact that Sakurai got two directs dedicated just to this game. To put it simply, like I said in the intro, it's basically a combination of Mario Party and Mario Kart. And really what makes this game mode so fun is the sense of progression. When you first get on a ride, it really does control like crap. It's either super slow, can't turn, or can't glide at all. But once you've got 10 upgrades, I mean, you're flying across the map, dude. And that's always fun. Now, of course, what's not fun is a lot of these vehicles control like complete ass with a bunch of upgrades, which I'm going to get into the quote-unquote meta of City Trial a little later. But the chaos of City Trial is something that can't just be explained through words. I mean, it just creates these crazy moments. Like, everyone would be fighting Dynablade, and I would just throw a Gordo on top of everyone and kill like 4 people and steal their upgrades. That's the shit that's fun.
Yeah, I don't know what friends are, bro.
As hell.
They don't exist. Why would Nintendo lower the price to dirt cheap? It's lowering their value. Yeah, there's like a psychological thing that goes along with pricing that, you know, most companies take into account. People perceive items that are priced higher as higher quality. So you are more likely, subconsciously, to lean towards the game console that costs $500 versus the one that costs $300. If it was purely about dollar value, people wouldn't want a 5090. People wouldn't want an Xbox Series X. Well, they don't want one anyway. Over a Series S. You know, you get the point. People wouldn't want a PS5 Pro over a PS5. Like, people would opt for the basic iPhone instead of the Pro. But people associate higher price with higher quality. So, yeah, if you do a bunch of price cuts, it actually undermines the premium perception of your brand. I mean, look at what happened with Game Pass, dude. Microsoft's brand's in the fucking gutter because they became the fucking reject bargain bin of gaming.
There's so many things that kind of derail the experience anyway, like the legendary air ride machine part spawning. You know, as soon as someone's getting the Dragoon or the Hydra, they're going to win the minigame. But even that's not necessarily true. I got the Dragoon and lost a drag race because the Formula Star is just that min-maxed for driving in a straight line. It was
like, think about it this way. All right? Think about it this way. You go to a store, you buy the same product over and over and over and over again. It's the same price. Like, I don't know. Just think of a consumer good that you buy frequently. Then all of a sudden, the next time you go in, it's like significantly cheaper than what it was previously. What is the first assumption that comes to mind if an identical, air quotes, product that you have been purchasing for a much higher price all of a sudden comes down in price dramatically? Like, what is the first assumption that pops into your head? It's probably going to be something along the lines of, okay, well, they're now making it a shittier quality. That's like your first reaction as the quality goes fucking down. You're like, all right, they're using shittier fucking, you know, materials. They're outsourcing it to fucking China. Yeah, that type of shit is the first thing that comes to mind with a lot of people if you're used to paying a certain price for a certain product. When it gets dramatically cheaper, they think, okay, well, they're cutting corners somewhere, and now the quality's not as good. So there is actually a psychological effect that, you know, the higher the price, the more perceived quality and value associated with it there is. And people will rationalize that in their head. Like, you're more likely to spend $100 on, you know, a nicer toaster than buying the $20 toaster. Even if the $20 toaster is going to hold up better, you're going to assume, you know, the $100 one will.
crazy because I had like 130 upgrades that game. But if someone gets the Hydra, you know they're winning the versus boss minigame because they just do twice as much damage as everyone else if they're even slightly competent at the game. And there's even 2 new legendary air rides. The Leo, which is a cool lion that you ride around, and it's kind of like a souped up version of the Hop Star. He can jump and smash down on people. And Gigantus, which is probably one of the coolest things I've ever seen in a multiplayer game. You actually get to play as the final boss in the story mode Road Trip, which I'll talk about a bit later, but let's just say for now I'm not that impressed. But the fact that you get to play as a giant machine that gets to flatten City Trial is cool as hell, and then the minigame becomes the boss fight. And you actually get to fight against 15 other players, or, you know, if someone else gets Gigantus, you get to fight against him. And the day before I recorded this section, I was seething because I missed the perfect opportunity to get Gigantus in a ranked match, and I just choked hard. And then, today, I finally got to play as it versus chat, and that is some of the most fun I think I've ever had playing a multiplayer game in my life. It's fun. Wait, what? Oh my, yes! Chat, I'll make it up to you. I'll make it up to you someday, chat. You live. Come get me, fuckers! Woo! And the minigame was actually really close because someone in chat managed to get the Hydra, but I still just barely managed to eke out a victory because the Gigantus is clearly overpowered. It is way too hard to kill this thing. But still, that was absolutely fun as hell. And in the game right after, I managed to get the Leo and the Hydra back to back. Now, I will say from the other side of things, it's not nearly as fun because essentially you're given a pool of 20 lives instead of everyone just being given one, and you have a 2-minute timer to kill the thing. And my team has never won the minigame against Gigantus. Even when we had the Hydra and Leo on our team, we couldn't do enough damage because the guy just boosted around in a circle so he wouldn't die. In some ways, the legendary air ride machines are the best and worst part about City Trial. I think the best part is self-explanatory, but the worst part is that it really just completely derails the sandbox experience because as soon as all the parts are out, people are going to be chasing each other the whole game, and sometimes the guy who has 1 or 2 parts is way faster than everyone else, and they're just impossible to catch. And sometimes it's the complete opposite, where the guy with the last part is asleep at the wheel, probably some kid or some 40-year-old who's high as fuck, and so then the guy gets the Hydra and starts dominating the lobby. Actually, the most fun I've had playing ranked mode is getting the Hydra early and killing half of the lobby. Obviously not fun for everyone else, but I had a great time. My favorite online match from this game featured one of my chat members stealing one of the Dragoon parts from me, and I just couldn't get it back for the life of me. It reminds me a lot of the Smash Ball, where you can hit it 5 times, and someone else hits once and suddenly gets to the final smash. It is noticeably easier to get a part off someone if you already have one, but you basically have to kill them if you don't. Honestly, very annoying. So I gave up on chasing him down, and then in the last minute of the game, I picked up a giant laser. I flew in midair, aimed it down on him, just absolutely annihilated his ass, but then someone else picked up his part and had 2 parts, and I had the 3rd one, and I chased him down with the Iron Ball power-up.
Yeah, I've never gotten the actual whatever, like... The only reason I know about the mechanic you need, like, the 5 parts is because that shit was in Smash. Or is it 3? I don't remember. I just know, like, that mechanic is in Smash Brothers. That's the closest I've ever gotten to getting it.
Ran him over, got the Dragoon, and then flew off to one of the islands in the top of the map and got all the upgrades and then dominated in the minigame. It is moments like that that make multiplayer games memorable, and this is one of those chaotic games. And to briefly touch on the minigames here, there's a pretty wide variety of events, and unlike the first game where it just randomly picked one at the start of the game and you didn't even know what it was unless you got the stadium prediction come up in the middle of the screen, which gives you a hint. This one, most of the time, you get to pick from one of 4, so it doesn't feel like you wasted 5 minutes collecting a bunch of upgrades and selecting a vehicle that would be completely useless. There's a lot of returning games like Destruction Derby, now called Dust Up Derby, where you just destroy as many opponents' vehicles as possible. There's drag races, which are self-explanatory. There are air ride races, which are the courses from Air Ride that you get to drive with super powerful vehicles, which is really fun, actually. And I'm going to resist naming off everyone like I would do in my old videos. Probably the best new minigame is Versus Boss. Technically, it's not new because you did fight DDD in the OG game, but now you can fight way more bosses, and they're iconic Kirby final bosses from the series, like Marks or Nightmare or 02. And yeah, it's pretty cool to fight a boss in a kart racer. You know, that's not something you see every day. And the reason I'm counting this as a new minigame is just because they are actually structured like boss fights. The Versus DDD minigame in the original was just DDD on a big wheelie bike driving in a circle, smacking at you occasionally. These boss fights actually have phases and a bunch of unique attacks and huge health bars, obviously. The only minigames I didn't really...
It's literally Dark Souls, dude.
...like were Gourmet Race, which is...
Get it? Because it's Kirby, as DSP would say.
...ironic because I would win it almost every time. I am the fattest...
I wonder if that boss is in the game. That would be funny.
I'm the fattest Button Rush and Kirby Melee, and it's just because all of your various upgrades don't really matter that much for these minigames. You just need a vehicle that handles well and know where things spawn. There's also a bit too much of a luck factor to these as well. But I'd say overall the minigame selection is pretty good. At least enough to hold your attention and make the game not feel too repetitive. Okay, now to get into the more autistic notes I have for City Trial mode. To slightly defend game journalists for once, I will say Kirby Air Riders is much more of a clusterfuck than the first game, and that's for one simple reason. City Trial now has 16 players instead of 4. Now, as you would expect, the new map Skya is much bigger than the first game's map, probably about twice as large, but I still think 16 players is way too many. It makes some games feel completely random because you'll drive around the map and just see nothing because everyone in front of you has already taken all the upgrades. And even though there's a lot of different ways to get upgrades in this game, I wouldn't say killing other players is very efficient. And if you have less upgrades than the other 15 people in the first place, you're much less likely to earn more upgrades through the events in the sandbox. Someone with more top speed and boost upgrades is going to win.
See, I don't really think 16 players is too much. I've only died like once in the City Trial mode. Like, I've only been killed once or twice. And I've played it for like 8 hours.
A short race, someone with more attack is going to defeat Dynablade, or at least they're far more likely to than you. But the worst thing that could happen to you is that if out of sheer randomness, or in the case of being a relatively popular streamer, people could target you and destroy your vehicle, and if they destroy you twice over the course of the game, you're fucked. There's no way you can possibly make up for that much lost time and upgrades. Luckily, the 16-player problem is only an issue in quick matches or ranked matches online. If you're in a private lobby or just playing single player versus CPUs, you can completely customize the experience to your liking. You can select the max amount of players, which stadium minigames are active, all sorts of things, which was a really good idea. The only feature I wish was in this set of options was maybe to make certain City Trial events more...
Yes, it desperately needs an FOV slider. The FOV is way too tight
common because as of the time of recording this, I still haven't gotten the halberd to show up, and I've played City Trial for well over 10 hours at this point. All of that being said, I still think the sandbox is relatively well balanced. I knew that if I got screwed over during City Trial, I still had a very good chance of winning Kirby Melee or Gourmet Race, and that happened multiple times, and that was probably some of the most rewarding moments of this game, was stealing away a victory in the last few seconds with a ride that had no business winning. Now, some of you might be thinking, how could you possibly find this fun if it's completely random? Well, obviously it's not. There are certain elements of skill and knowledge checks to this, namely how the rides control. I don't really want to talk about meta in a party game, but it strikes me that the meta for City Trial is to find a vehicle that controls really well in the early game, whether it's the Wagon Star, the Wheelie Scooter, or the Chariot, and you just use that to drive around the map as efficiently as possible to grab upgrades. And then in the last minute of the game, you quickly find another ride that is much more likely to win a minigame, like the Battle Chariot or the Winged Star, depending on what your build is, of course. Skya has a lot of little randomized elements every game that keep things fresh, which was a great idea because my biggest worry before this game came out was that it would get repetitive really fast. Because you would think if City Trial was the most popular game mode by far, that Sakurai would, I don't know, make 2 or 3 maps, but at least these random elements.
They'll probably add more maps in the future, is my guess.
Do affect the gameplay match to match. One of those ways is that there's a cave on the west side of the map, and most of the time either crystals or pillars will spawn that can be destroyed, and those drop upgrades. And if you find a combat item on the field, which there are a lot of, there's like a sweeping laser, there's bombs, there's all these different things, right? You can get down to that spot in the beginning of the match and destroy all of the stuff and get a huge leg up on the rest of the competition. And certain characters actually have a specific advantage for this, because Meta Knight and Knuckle Joe and a couple others actually have a built-in auto attack, and so you can just park right in front of the crystals and destroy them without needing an ability. There's also a bunch of upgrades that spawn on the floating island above the map, so this is definitely to encourage getting one of the flying vehicles early on. The Winged Star being by far the best for this. You can get all those upgrades, and by the late game, you can have enough glide that you can fly to one of the randomly spawning floating islands in the distance on the map, which also have a bunch of free upgrades. So if you know all of this and are fast enough to get to these places, it does reduce some of the randomness. I'd say the other element that definitely requires game knowledge is just knowing the minigame selection and what are the best rides for each minigame. This is where one of my minor issues with the game comes into play. I'd say all of the Jack-of-all-trades vehicles are just bad. There's no reason to ever use the generic Warp Star, or the Vampire Star, or the Transform Star. I'd even say the Shadow Star, which is probably my favorite normal vehicle from the original game, is not good enough to...
I'm trying to think what I think it's the Battle Chariot or something. Hold on, let's see. I like this one. Let's see, what is it called? Did they not have it listed? What the fuck? I know it exists. I know it fucking exists. Google's not showing it. Alright, Riders and Machines. Yeah, Battle Chariot. That's what it's called. This one. I like that one the best. It's crazy OP.
Win any of the minigames. If you want a combat vehicle, the Chariot or the War Chariot or one of the tanks is just better for the most part. Even in something like Kirby Melee, you're much better off picking a vehicle that can handle well, like the Swerve Star or the Wheelie Scooter, just so that you can get copy abilities faster and kill more enemies. And so you might be thinking maybe you could use it to glide. Well, the Shadow Star's glide capability has been significantly nerfed from the first game. It can barely glide at all. With the obvious exception to this point being if you get way more upgrades than everyone else, or you get a really favorable air ride course for the Shadow Star. Despite the air ride mode not being that interesting to me, I think it's by far the best minigame, yet it seems to come up less often than drag races or beam gauntlets or the oval circuits. So yes, I actually have won a couple races with the Shadow Star, but that's not because the Shadow Star is good at racing, it's just I had a lot of upgrades and I know the tracks. That's why the specialized rides are usually the best to win a minigame. I mean, sure, if you have twice as many flight upgrades as someone...
No way they're adding that much when it sold that bad. How bad did it sell? Let's see. Kirby Air Riders Japan sales. So, first week sales was 195,594 units in Japan. So, let's see. What's another jet? We'll do Donkey Kong. Bonanza. Japanese sales. Let's just do a comparison. Donkey Kong Bonanza sold 127,000 copies in its first week. So, in Japan, it's outpacing Donkey Kong, so I think it's doing alright. So, I don't know. Doesn't seem like it's doing bad. I mean, I don't know what Nintendo's expectations were for a Kirby spin-off racing game, but I can't imagine they were expecting it to sell 10 million copies. It's sold 1.35 million globally. That's pretty good. Like, this is not a, you know, super high-profile release. I can't imagine it was very expensive to make either. Oski Woski with the 2. Let's see. I'll take a look. Okay. Kirby Air Ride, so... Alright, yeah, so it sold 240,000 copies. I don't know, like, again, it's not like a super high-profile release. So it's probably one of those games that'll just kind of have a slow trickle of sales throughout its life cycle of the Switch 2. So, I don't know. We shall see. I mean, it's outselling Dragon Quest 1 and 2, which is actually kind of... Or no, it's about the same. Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment only sold 109,000 copies in Japan. So, yeah, I don't know. I think it's doing all right. We'll see. Again, I don't really think the sales expectations were very high on it, but...
Someone else, you can probably win Air Glider with the Slick Star, actually, that happened to me. But for the most part, if you want to win, you're going to pick the Winged Star to win Air Glider or High Jump every time. With the obvious exception being if the Dragoon parts spawn. So to get back to the point, it feels like half of the vehicle roster is basically obsolete. I mean, sure, you can argue quite a few of them have a use for just driving...
Yeah, exactly. They're going to be selling it for $70 for the next 7 years, so... If it hits 3, 4, 5 million sales, then I'm sure that's a massive success. Again, I cannot imagine this game was expensive to make.
Around the city trial sandbox. But when it comes to the mini games, it feels like it's the same 5 or 6 vehicles that win every time. And obviously it's completely fine if it's somebody using one of the legendary air ride machines to win, because you actually have to earn those. Well, to a point, there's still a huge RNG factor, as I've already addressed earlier in the video. But you shouldn't constantly be seeing the War Chariot or the Formula Star or the Wing Star winning the majority of mini games. And even that wouldn't be a big deal, except that this game has a ranked mode. I don't think a fucking party game should have a ranked mode. And not just because I think this game should be played purely casually, but also because it splits up the queue system. This has one of the worst matchmaking systems I've ever seen in a multiplayer game. For some reason, Sakurai thought it was a good idea to split the matchmaking not just between the 3 different main game modes, but there's also ranked, quick play, and private lobbies. So we got 9 different ways to play online. Of course, the fucking servers are gonna be dead within a month, especially when City Trial is the only reason why most people play this game. Is there any real reason that Top Ride needed its own quick play and ranked? No, you're just splitting the player base into smaller and smaller pieces. Day 1 of matchmaking, and I'm not joking here, I struggled to get full games of City Trial. That's just 16 players, day 1 of a new game, and I do suspect some of my games had bots, because some of these usernames on these players are really...
Yeah, most of them are bots.
Generic, and so I realize what I'm saying right now might be considered to be major.
Although it's Nintendo names, so people just use their first name.
Negatives against the game, but to me, this is a game meant to be played with your friends anyway. Now, nobody has 15 friends to play a game with, so...
I don't even have 1.
Obviously, City Trial is not going to play the same if there's only like 4 to 6 people on the map, considering it's a much larger map than the first games. But I honestly still think this game is fun with bots. I know some people are going to say I'm just coping or lying in some fashion, but genuinely, the reason I think this is fun to play by yourself sometimes is because of the checklist system. I'm going to try not to waste too much time on this because I genuinely believe a lot of modern gamers don't care about unlockables, even though they're a huge part of what made games from 20 years ago better than games now. But Sakurai definitely understands that unlocking things by playing the game and completing challenges is fun. The reason we don't give a fuck about trophies or achievements in video games anymore is because it's just a meaningless score that doesn't matter to anyone. It stopped being novel like a decade ago, and essentially achievements are just used to measure player engagement. Achievements in Masahiro Sakurai games actually unlock new things, whether it's new characters to play as, new vehicles you can test out in certain modes, a bunch of customizable options for your little online credit card thing. You can put a bunch of hats on each of the characters. Hell, you can even customize the vehicles in this game, which is surprisingly robust. People have made a lot of, let's just say, questionable symbols on vehicles, so I think it goes without saying that this game will heavily appeal to completionists. Now, before I end this video, I do want to talk about Road Trip, which I thought had a lot of potential, but the execution was pretty weak. This is essentially classic mode from Smash Bros, but in the format of Kirby Air Ride, which sounds pretty good, actually, but the problem is pretty obvious. It's way too long, and I mean way, way too long. It's like 3 to 4 hours straight of just doing bite-sized mini-games. I don't think it takes a genius to figure out that's gonna get boring pretty fast. Yes, there is a little bit of...
That's not too bad. I mean, the whole point of it's just to play it for, like, short bursts, I'm sure.
story to it, but the story doesn't matter. I mean, basically, some machine dude wishes he could be free, and Galactic Nova gives him a monkey's paw wish and just fucks him over, has a bunch of ants eat him, and build a giant death machine. And the giant death machine calls all the air rides and then gets activated, and then you have to destroy it. The new villain design is extremely lazy, too. It's just an OC Donut Steel version of DDD.
Yeah, that's a badass character. I like that character. I need to beat the story mode so I can get it, because it does look fucking sick.
That guy's starting to go senile, and if you thought doing potentially...
I like the fucking emo King DDD. He looks like a mix of, you know, what is that shit? I don't know. It doesn't matter. Ichigo from the end of the fucking Soul Society arc, or whatever you call it, or the Aizen arc. That's what he looks like. And then a mix of that and Advent Children Cloud.
4 hours of mini games getting slightly more powerful over the course of that time was boring enough.
That's what it reminds me of. It looks pretty cool.
You actually have to beat it twice, collecting all the rides over the course of the game mode to unlock the true ending and real final boss fight, which gives you the Leo legendary air ride machine for offline mode. Now, could I elaborate on this game mode another 5 to 10 minutes? Probably, but genuinely, I don't think I'm ever touching this shit ever again. It is more or less exactly what it sounds like. Road Trip just feels way too half-assed. It needed some genuine original content, maybe like adventure mode from Melee or Subspace Emissary from Brawl. It almost being a World of Light type of thing, but arguably even worse. Really just sucks and leaves a bad taste in my mouth, and once again leads me to the conclusion that almost all of the resources should have been pumped into City Trial and everything else a distant second in priority. Now, in conclusion, should you buy Kirby Air Riders? Well, if you grew up with Kirby Air Ride and don't have a Switch 2 yet, I still wouldn't buy Switch 2 just for this game. Is it the first genuinely good Switch 2 game, at least in my opinion? Yes. Absolutely, it's good. But it's not a system seller. By the time you get a Switch 2, most of the online matchmaking will be dead and you'll just be playing with bots. Let's be real. I think even after Christmas, when a bunch of kids get the Switch 2, I just don't think they're going to be playing this that much. And I'm not saying this to not recommend the game. Like, I genuinely think it's a great game. It is the most fun I've had playing a game this year, which is incredibly sad. In many ways, it is the perfect sequel that I always ask for, minus a few major things, mainly just that there's only one City Trial map. I know Sakurai said there'd be no DLC, but listen, I'm totally down to spend, you know, $20 on more content for this game. I would absolutely do that. I know it would split up the matchmaking even more, so it'd probably have to be a free update, and then something else would have to be the real DLC. But that's fine by me. This is the type of shit I actually want to support because it's good, and I don't want it to die. Unfortunately, I think this will once again be another cult classic game that only a certain small niche group of people are going to talk about how great it is, and no one else will ever give it a chance, and that's fine. You know, my game of the year last year, nobody fucking played that game. It has barely any reviews on Steam, and then that same developer made a Balatro clone and got like 10 times as many players, which is incredibly depressing. So yes, I'm sure people will downplay this game and just be like, it's just random crap where you drive around a map for 5 minutes, then play an irrelevant minigame, and then you just do that over and over again. Sure, you can minimize any game like that. I could say every shooter is, you just click on the guy's heads till you win. Fun is obviously a purely subjective term, and I can definitely see the chaos and randomness of this game putting off a lot of people, but I shouldn't have to remind you guys that video games should not be made for everyone. They should be made for specific niches. A lot of the best games ever made were made for a specific demographic. I don't think there's a problem if you don't like Kirby Air Riders. This is obviously not a game that's going to appeal to most of my audience, but as someone who grew up with the original game, I honestly think this is almost a perfect sequel. It did make a few major mistakes that I think Sakurai just did out of stubbornness because he wanted to make the game his way. But honestly, in this day and age, I really couldn't have asked for a better sequel to one of my childhood favorite games.
Am I a fetus? Maybe so. I guess I was at one point, right? Taylor Swift? Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh, this video with the red people? Okay. I just saw that. Taylor Swift is nothing? I don't know, bro. I would definitely hit. Crossworlds, autism. Yeah, exactly. Dude, what the fuck is this shit? Nasty. I don't want to see your gut. Put it away. Zoom on that belly? No. No, thank you. Dear God, I'm not clicking on the fucking gut. Unless you,
Open your wallet and give me all of your monies.
Otherwise, a no-go. Huge snow! Oh my God! No way, man! Are tattoos still cool? No, they never were. Now I kind of had the desire to play a Nintendo game right now, but I'm too tired. It kind of got me in the mood because we watched Mario Kart and the Kirby video, and now I kind of want to play either one. It's the power of gaming, dude. Diddy Kong Racing. I'm surprised they haven't tried to make another one of those, honestly. Diddy Kong Racing to the Showers. In prison, that is. I don't know. I may go ahead and hop off. It's already 8 o'clock. Shit. I may go get some sleep. I've been awake for... Dude, I don't even know how long at this point. I don't even know. Yeah, we can maybe do it. It just depends, because, like, I was supposed to play whatever that snowboarding game was, but the guy never showed, so that got pushed. So I'll have to play, like, an hour or so of that. And then the Bitcher one, which... that one, there's not as big of a rush on, because... Yeah, I've been awake. Dude, I slept when last? Thursday afternoon? Yeah, Thursday afternoon is the last time I slept, so it's been a while. But anyway, I do need to hop off. Have a great Saturday, everybody, and a great start to your weekends. And I'll talk to everybody later. Peace out, guys.